Hey everybody! Nothing weird just happened before we started, that's for sure. Well, hey everybody, welcome to Minimax 20. It's episode whatever it is of 3 with the Red Mire Hunt arc.
5 of 3.
Yeah, well, I think once you are in danger of doubling the number, you should stop counting.
That's true.
Yeah, so, but no, I mean, we are jumping in just hot off the heels of a little bit of combat and somehow a more stressful social paranoia that kind of took over the group at the end of last session. As for those of you playing the home game, just the briefest of recaps, finally actually being able to properly talk with the Baron Vilnar in the hold. There's a little bit of investigating. There was certainly a lot of play coming off of Cordell's magic item, a whip, which he, upon disclosing to everybody, is able to tell the presence of undead within 30 feet, giving a strong positive at one point, then a bunch of false positives at others. Trying to use that to their advantage. You guys try to catch him in a social situation, but it didn't. It gave another soft yes, which is not something that Cordell you're used to seeing at all. So it was just a bit more uncertainty. But he invited you guys out to check out the hunt that was supposed to take place tomorrow. Just check out the grounds. You guys going down there. He spent a good amount of time speaking about certain improvements and things he wants to do to the new land that he has out there. But going out, Brath and Gallon, you guys investigated a bit, found more standing stones. In which, while looking at the standing stones and bringing it up to the Baron, he said they were kind of a holdover from kind of a bygone time. They don't really do anything anymore. And while saying so, he even kicked one over and taking an opportunity to finally get what he's been wanting. Cordell's put one in the pocket. Just keep that for later. You never know when you need a rock. But
it's that thief background. That's
right. Yeah. Well, you never know. But Gallon and Brath investigating, seeing signs of water spillage just off the side of the trail, but there's a bit of uncertainty with it and what it was until further along the trail. A bit of a ambush almost took place, where these disturbing amalgamations of blood essentially came out and assaulted you guys, starting off the combat by eliminating one of the halberdiers, which you guys learned post-mortem for him. His name was Dillard. But in the combat, Richter went down, and there was a moment where he was still down, but his body was still moving. And upon the process of healing, and Cordell and Brath, kind of working in conjunction there, just getting a little bit of insight into it, realized that there is something kind of puppeting him for a little bit before he fully came back to his senses. But with combat ending, and a lot of fingers being pointed at the Baron, he insisted, and everybody else insisted, let's just get back to the keep. Let's get back to the Red Mire hut. Let's get back there. So while doing so, I think I counted 4 or 5 separate times. The Baron was walking, then stopped and kind of held hostage. Then it continued walking, then was stopped, and was kind of held hostage. Then one time definitely was held hostage.
There was them there held hostage.
Yeah,
but you're only a hostage if you're doing something wrong.
Ooh.
God.
That's true.
Have you never heard about
No, this is true.
Please proceed.
That's just a fascinating statement I would love to get into later.
Yeah, man, you're not arrested if you're not doing something wrong, man. You're only detained.
A hostage is not necessarily a legal statement, right? A hostage is kind of just something that happens anyway.
We'll see how it goes.
But I guess the legality of hostages were not really explained, but perhaps explored mentally. As, you guys kept talking with the Baron, and he went on to explain several things. There was a lot of questions about, he had a necklace, and there was questions about the necklace he said was from his grandmother. He insisted for him to take it off. He, at that point, told you to go fuck yourself. There was just a lot of hostility going around. Edmure, at a certain point, you're presenting this evidence to him and Edmure about the whip, and neither one of them really wanted to believe you. They were certainly, I don't think there's insight checks necessary for this. They were both stressed from the situation that they were in and just completely done with your guys' bullshit at that point. And the you guys, unfortunately, would be the trio of Brath, Gallon, and Cordell, whereas Richter kind of had his posse. He had the Mason Knights, and he had the remaining halberdier Dillard making his way up to you with you guys. And with that, you guys were welcomed back slowly as you guys trickled in into the actual keep. While making your way there, there's just because I like to point out different people you're seeing. You did see another one of the guards that you saw before. He was manning the gatehouse, letting you guys in, letting you guys finally back inside the keep itself. But yeah, I mean, just slowly trickling in. Obviously, Richter getting in first. Though we didn't kind of cast attention to a narrate at Richter, I'm assuming along your way in with your group of people, there is kind of a table being set. Were you going to proceed just immediately to a chair in the dining room?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure before I continued along.
Corey, can you
But
check
everyone
your
else
phone
kinda
real quick? Okay, that's it. Go ahead.
Just Corey. Sorry, go ahead.
Everyone check your phone. Everybody on the stream, check your phone.
Hey, it was supposed to be an interruption. Shit.
We're calling attention to it. But no, everybody else coming in to a guard who, I think the only thing of remark with this guard is he was coughing as well coming in, and you asked him if he had the same affliction that Senric had, to which he said no, he had like a bit of a cold. Senric should be fine. Don't call attention to it. Corey,
Okay, perfect.
drop it.
Perfect. Okay, you're good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Fuck.
Corey, check your phone. We're
Corey,
gonna
check
need you to do
your
it
phone.
again.
We all text you.
But no, picking up the beginning of this session, the only other thing I believe that was talked about is looking around. There was some stones, kind of like you saw on the roadway. Some of them seem to be inlaid in some parts of the actual walls themselves. Just like you have this coursing water, then there was some also just like separate little stones in. You can see them like they're in part of the well. They're in part of like on the other side of the wall going into. I can't remember. I believe it was you, Brav. Had an exceptionally high perception check too.
I think
It was Gallon, because I had detect magic up but did not see anything. Gallon saw things.
Right. No, that is right. Thank you for correcting me. Because yes, Brav, you still have your detect magic up for when you're walking through.
Yep.
So,
these would be the stones that no longer have power in them, but they're used to build. They're used around.
Yeah, they're inlaid in some of the walls. I think you could try to make assumptions as the what and why of it, or if it was even a terribly intentional thing. But they're there. But yes, Braff walking by can see there is no magical signature going on. But
Gotcha.
Braff, Cordell, and Gallon, you guys make your way into the actual hall where there's there seems to be one guy going through, setting up plates, rushing back and forth, setting up plates for everybody. As I am going to.
This is the most intense entry
Dude,
into
that's
like
what I was saying.
a
This
great
guy-
hall.
I just heard it just now, so for no reason in particular, it just changed.
Hang on,
but
when the Baron walked away, did that music stop?
yes, the combat music
Oh,
did stop.
we
I
know.
think you wouldn't really know if it was combat music because you were the antagonist or because you were
Oh
ending.
shit!
Oh,
Yeah,
Cordell walked
no, that
in.
can-
He
nah,
starts
that can't-
cracking the whip.
That could definitely can't be it anyway.
Definitely could not be it. But no, you guys are in the hall. Again, there's some silverware seems to be set out in different placemats. The two knights in the Mason Order kind of sat down. Richard, they like, especially Cyrus, kind of guiding you to like one side of a bench where he and Anders can sit on either side of you. And then kind of following the cue, the halberdier goes and sits just across. So that way you guys are all kind of tightly packed as they're kind of paying attention to your injuries. They're just letting you take time to kind of just relax yourself, actually being able to be seated. Entering the room as well as Raph, Cordell, Gallon, you guys coming in, I would say the only person you do not see at this point is the Baron. Edmir's there. He's talking with the halberdier at some point, but as you guys walk in, he is not immediately apparent entering the room.
First thing I want to do when I
He was
enter,
a bit ahead of you. That's the only reason.
right. The first thing I want to do when I enter in is look up into the ceiling that had like all those dark shadows, and with my detect magic, I want to see if I can discern anything.
Sure.
30 feet. 30
yeah,
feet.
Rose tweet.
30 feet. I will say this. Walking in, you're not really getting any magic picked up from anywhere. However, I will say, looking up into the rafters, this is a hall. You know, it's a large room. Though, like the support beams running along the roof, those will be picked up, like getting towards the actual peak of the roof, this inner peak, probably like outside of your bounds of 30 feet.
Okay.
So, though, yeah. you're getting most of the area you probably want, but you're not getting 100%.
Not like the tippy top, like deep corner. It's like not like where it crests, but like the majority of the way up. I see. Okay.
Yeah, you are.
But
Just
roll
most of that
demon
kind of like
guards are not
attic
taking up.
space, essentially. The most of the rafters you're not fully getting.
Okay. Because I entered in a little bit ahead of Cordal and Gallon, only because because they kept talking outside, and I was like kind of tired as fuck. So,
well, and actually, that's a good point. I believe Edmure is kind of walking up with you guys. He wouldn't be inside because you did pull him aside a little bit too.
Right, because they were investigating. They were investigating the person potentially above with the whip, whereas I was like, I'm tired as fuck. I'm gonna go inside. I think me and Edmure almost kind of wintered in at the same time.
That sounds right to me. Yes. But no, you're entering again. Just kind of Edmure's kind of walking within proximity to you, but certainly not in step with you. He's doing his own thing. He's making his way towards the halberdier. But yeah, they're seeing this some dishware being set out. They see this guy kind of frantically moving back and forth in there. Same setup as the guy you saw above, just kind of like loose leather armor. This guy kind of has like a tunic on over it, almost like he has like a jacket on of some form. Nothing quite fancy, but he's just going back and forth, getting the table set up.
Approaching.
And there is no one familiar, right? Like nobody that we're seeing in here setting up is like a guard we saw outside, right?
Go ahead and roll me. I would say probably perception on this one. I would say just to kind of
19.
Recall that memory. And sorry,
19.
19's good enough. Yeah. Looking at this guy just kind of going back and forth. You are seeing kind of the scraggly, kind of fucked up facial hair before. And yeah, he is definitely one of the guys you saw that was up on the wall that let you guys in. Yeah.
Fuck shit. That's why there's probably only one of those fuckers, because there was two when we left. Oh no. Okay. I'm immediately just gonna make my way to the same seat that I had taken the rest of my bag on earlier, and I'm just gonna go ahead and this time I'm gonna like pull out the chair, and I will like take off my backpack, my satchel, and kind of sit next to it and just kind of slump in the chair, and just chilling for a second, kind of regaining some composure that was lost.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, you guys hiked here today. You and Gallon specifically made a point of not sitting while you were here last time. And you went on another walk and got into some shit. So yeah, I think the chair you need to get to is like just a little bit, maybe like 2 chairs away from the halberdier. As you set self down. So you're still like in the group, but you are a little bit set aside. You drop your shit, you sit down, and I'll say this much. They're just wooden chairs. They're crafted reasonably well. They were probably crafted on site, because moving a chair, like constructing a chair, then bringing it to somewhere where there's woods that's hard to get to would be a pain in the ass. They were probably made on site. Mm-hmm. They weren't made exceptionally well, but they were made, and right now it's probably the most comfortable thing you ever sat on.
Nice.
Just being able to finally just rest a bit here.
Yeah, and I'll actually rest my face in my hands as I'm still kind of shaking, because like the initial combat with the fucking blood pools was a lot, and then also confrontation with the Baron as well with Cordal. So I'm kind of almost like, because like adrenaline spike kind of came down, and so I'm just chilling.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say Cordell and Gallon, you guys are kind of coming in. I'd say you'd be seeing Brav kind of getting his seat together and setting down. You two having a bit of space before you get to the table if you'd like to take a moment and chat for whatever reason.
Is Brav between me and the servant?
The servant, at this point, he's on the far side, just bringing stuff to you guys.
Okay,
at this point, just waits.
But I'm gonna make my way towards him, but I'm gonna stop.
You see Brav first. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop by you real quick.
Okay.
And then Cordell.
I'm gonna go take a seat. I think the first time we were here, it went Braff, Gallon, then
I think it went Gallon, Braff, you, I want to say, when it comes to the one end.
That sounds about right, yes.
Back to that same spot.
Okay, yeah, so Braff sat about 2 chairs away from the halberdier. Gallon comes up to Braff, whatever dialogue you're going to have, then just walking past him, another chair pass, then sitting down, just further isolated from the rest of the group. Cordell goes and grabs a seat. You just got your little bit of space there. And at this point, just because this is now a thing that would like to be paying attention to, your whip, where do you have it at this point?
right on the table.
Okay,
And take
gotcha.
it and rest it right next to my plate.
No problem. Gallon, you're up there now. I'm just saying, Braff is in close proximity to you guys, unless you want to
You
try to
give me approach.
Do I don't acknowledge you're approaching. I'm just kind of like,
Kind of lean in and I'll not like normally, but I'll say kind of a hushed tone. I'll say, keep a watchful eye. Going to whatever quarters they have available. And I'll walk up towards the servant.
Gotcha. Yeah. At this point, there's a servant. He like has his arms full. Like he has like a case that you can see is like at this point full of watercrafts and such as he's bringing it over to the table. But seeing you approach, it's like hello there. You need anything? I'm just getting a table set up. Or
Yes, would you be able to point me towards the quarters we'd be staying in tonight?
oh, for sure. Yeah. And he like kind of sets down the water crate as it's exceptionally heavy for him, and leans over and says, if you go out through the main door there, you're just gonna hang a right and just go down there. There's gonna be a section of little bunk houses over there. I don't know how the Baron's having you guys all set up. I wouldn't worry about it. I just throw your shit in there and you're probably good to go. Most of them are empty right now, so you're good.
We're not staying in the keep.
This is the keep. Please, yeah, we're here. So not out. Oh, sorry, he was pointing the wrong way. Those main doors, like he was pointing towards the actual out into the corridor. It's like, oh no, those main doors, and that's like further into the keep. There's like double doors that lead out because there's doors on the side that lead to a latrine. There's another side door on the other side, but there's like an actual double door on the far end of this main house that leads further into the keep. Just go through there, hang a left.
All right, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Give me a perception check.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. 8.
8. All right. You're free to keep walking. As he picks up his thing of water and makes his way over to the table.
I'll walk through the double doors.
All right. For you guys, well, Richter, you're sitting there at the table with your buddies, so people kind of really rallied with you to just get the fuck out of there. And they're just paying attention to you right now. They're really just kind of like taking time to like make sure you're okay. There is some kind of conversation back and forth. They're kind of having to talk over you a little bit back and forth. But the Masonites kind of just going like, I don't know what you were thinking, Richter, but I'm thinking you get some rest tonight, probably lock the fucking door, or whatever we got to do. If you have some magic that you're able to do, that'd be great. But I'm thinking, I don't know, I just don't feel totally safe right now. I hope the Baron has a good explanation, but I'm not counting on it. What are you thinking? Or are you just take time?
I'm thinking something similar, for
Okay.
sure. I, even it might be worth seeing if we can if we can get a couple of trustworthy folks and bunk up in the same room. Keep an eye on each other.
Maybe, I don't know if this makes sense to you, but we could go in the Mason's Tower over there. No matter what else is going on, it seems, it's defensible enough. We can lock the door in there, have the whole tower to ourselves to kind of, be safe within, if that makes any sense. But
Safe.
are you able to tell at all what's going on? It was Anders talking before, now it's just kind of Cyrus cutting. It's like, are you able to tell what's going on really, Richter? The shit from the water, I don't know if that's anything a druid would be able to tell what it was or what was going on, but is there anything in your magics or your knowledge that kind of at least gives you an idea of what's happening? What could be happening? Or
Let me just take a look at what I know.
no problem.
is this a hush conversation?
They
super
aren't
hush.
speaking super hush, I will say. Like they're speaking low, but it's kind of how Gallon was talking with you. People are having conversations to each other, and naturally they're being kind of hushed about it. But also, I think there is kind of a general vibe from everybody at the table right now of we're all in this shit together a bit.
Yeah.
Talking to your people, but everybody's kind of in it. So I would say there wouldn't be a perception check necessary to pick up on this.
Okay.
So we do overhear it?
I would say you would.
I'm going to slide my way over. What's the seating arrangement?
Again, you are far, my man. You are like 7 seats away on the opposite side.
Is it like bench seating or individual chairs?
Individual chairs.
Are you gonna go like chair to chair? You like sit at the next chair and like slide over like
scoot.
I consider it, but I will not.
Before he does go, I want to grab his shoulder and say something to Cordell.
I don't resist.
Isn't he sitting away from you?
He's
sitting to my
his
right.
way past.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a chair away, but if he's getting him to go past.
Oh, he's 7 away from Richter, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
which is a very different position on the table right now.
I'll let Richter finish what he's saying, though. I didn't see Andrew. It's not Andrew.
Who was
Goodbye.
that creature in the background?
Bro, your door
Yeah.
opened mysteriously and then Andrew ran by,
You guys
bro?
didn't know it. I wanted it to be a surprise. They
the
did
cat.
hire hitmen to come into your house.
Actually, he said if you die in session, you die.
You die in real life. That
Alright.
sounds like a shitty B movie that Netflix would produce.
yeah.
Sounds like a
Rather than
cool
just
movie.
trying to grab the D&D hype, just like
Honestly, I mean, if it was done well,
Wait.
I mean, it would still be a shitty B movie, but I would enjoy it.
if it was done well, it'd still blow. But
He said, but
Yeah.
wait, it was done well.
I'm gonna close my door real quick.
Okay, I'll grab
Okay.
him.
no problem.
I'll grab
I'll say
Cordell.
to Cordell and a Breath though, if you guys would like to have that exchange.
As I kind of hear you shift your chair back and start to move, I will like kind of pick my head up and I'll kind of just real quick like grab you before you continue to pass by and just say, I know there's been a lot of shit obviously today, but if we could just kind of have, if we maybe can manage a decent dinner, I think we should wait till after dinner. Maybe we were bunked up to make a plan. So I don't think we should press anything any further until after dinner. That's just, as I let go of you, that's just what I think. But I'm pretty shook up. So I just, this is a lot of firsts, for me. So just, if you'd be so kind, and I just kind of like go back to what I was doing. But as I go back to I'll kind of like, and I'll look at you like dead in the eye and just kind of like level and be like, but if shit hits the fan, I got your back.
Are you holding up well over there?
Fuck no.
Got it.
No. And then you can see like as I like let go of you and like kind of like using my hands to gesture, I'm like Brad is visually shaking like still, and like it's not as bad as it was earlier, but it's still like noticeable enough to be like, okay, yeah.
Got it. Well,
Richter,
don't worry too
real
much.
quick.
Yes.
Asking the question again, they're asking like, is there anything like you might know or anything like your magic can tell us about this place? Just want to return to that moment to see if there was anything that you maybe thought about that. Is there anything you kind of figured looking at your sheet there?
Well, no, yeah, because last time I was gonna try and like I was gonna ask the plants about what's going on, but the plants only have a 1-day memory for some reason,
Right.
which I don't love. Just as a concept in D&D, like.
I think there's when you get higher levels of spell casting, there's a lot more you can do with it, but
It seems like trees, or like, especially like old ass trees, should have like.
Which
You know,
spell
like
was it again?
I think it's just speak to plants.
It's called Speak with Plants.
With, not to. Shit.
Yeah, no, it is actually a dialogue. I'm not just talking at them.
Yeah, you can.
Right, because I could do it without a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Near plants.
Speak to plants. I do that on the daily.
Near.
I do it. Yeah, I do it daily too. As I'm just like, why won't you live? And as my mint plant begins to die,
Ah, shit, yeah.
yeah,
Dude,
it
you
ain't
gotta
doing
get
great,
a
dog.
cactus.
I did get a cactus, then it died.
What?
That's
Make historically
crazy.
really easy.
It is. I just need a bigger pot for it. But
You
we're streaming.
overwater it?
We're doing things right now, okay?
Okay, right.
I don't think we should
Yeah.
just wait.
This man's-
Let's get back to
This
role-playing
man
a
said
witch
throughout all
Roll
history.
initiative.
This man throughout all history. Aren't cactus the easiest plants to take care of?
What happened was I'm like, because plants that you water once a day are really easy for me. Plants that just like water once a week or whatever, can't do that shit. I'll forget. So I just never watered it. And it died.
I have a cactus. I water it like seriously like once every 2 months.
That's
And
better
I've
than
had
what
it for
I did.
several years.
Yeah,
It's doing all right.
Well, that's pretty
It's
fun.
outside right now.
died.
It's a little
Good
guy.
and hard. Yeah.
It might be dead, but I don't think so because it keeps adding another little nodule on top every year.
Nodule is a fun way to talk about cacti.
A module.
A nodule, yeah. There's like, anyways. I'm gonna turn to Anders
Yeah.
and say, cactuses are the easiest plants to take care of.
Historically.
Okay, man. Okay. And he just kind of looks. You just see him just kind of look over to Cyrus.
There's some
Okay,
concern.
Just. Well,
No,
let's
but
let's just get something to eat, and then you can
Goes
just
delirious.
we can take a rest. We don't need to worry about that shit right now. We got you.
All right. Yes, but no, I don't know nothing.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Jon
I guess
Snow.
we'll figure it out. We'll see. Maybe there's some evidence. If we look around here, or something. I don't know. Well, we'll talk about it as we. Let's get some food, so then we can talk more. I'll say this though, Cordell. As you're getting up, you're kind of stopped briefly by Braff. Your whip's still on the table.
I'll leave it there. That's fine.
You'll leave it there. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, Braff, can you give me a perception check? I'll say this.
Is my whip gonna act up as soon as I leave?
Explodes. No.
Same.
Braff, can you give me a perception check?
Yo, my bad, bro. I was checking some shit and everyone was staring, and I was like, I have a feeling I missed
Bro,
something.
Yo, I thought you were just RPing, bro.
Bro.
Because I'm just like, he's
That's-
taking a minute and he's looking at stats, and I just saw concern in your eyes. I'm like, I don't think he knows what's happening.
I said, well, then you said something about the whip, and I was like, oh, well, thank God. And then there was that awkward again. I was like, oh, shit. 15.
15. Yeah, as Brett makes his way over. And Brett, are you just going to walk around the horn, come back around to their side, or what are you going to do there?
I'm chilling.
Sorry, not Brett, Cordell.
Okay.
Yeah, walk around. I imagine I walk around the table to the seat nearest to them, and then I'll
Yeah.
take a seat there.
I'm just making sure that you're not jumping a table or crawling under it, because with you, I'm not confident.
Not
Yeah,
about
as
it.
you make your way, start going around the horn, cutting by Edmure, who's kind of having a moment talking with his halberdier. But you, Braff, kind of being left to your own devices. Gallen's gone, Cordell is left. You're kind of in your own space right here. And coming by, setting down pitchers of water. Starting with you, you're the closest, just sits down a pitcher of water in front of you. You guys already have glassware in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Pitcher of water. Like carrying a heavy, it's like a 6 crate of they gotta be like half-gallon jugs of water, metal pitchers. It's probably fairly heavy.
Mhm.
This guy's going through it and setting down, but while you see him setting it down, you do notice your eyes can't help but look at the whip. It's been like that half the reason you guys have been arguing and fighting. And looking at it as this is happening, it glows just ever so faintly glowing.
I'll without
Yeah,
moving my
shooting.
without moving too much of my body, I'll look at the whip and then I'll side glance at this dude as he's setting this shit on the table. And I was like, watch him for a second.
Totally oblivious to whatever the fuck's happening. He's just sitting down the water
Yeah.
crate, and he goes over, he's working right now. He's this is probably the heaviest shit he's had to move all day, and there's just a lot more to bring out.
Is detect magic still up?
It is. Yeah, you do detect a little bit of magic on it. Matter of fact, you detect, at this point, I would like an Arcana check.
Okay. Come on, don't fuck me.
I'm not gonna.
This is why you don't roll the same dice after it
Yeah.
treats you right. You have to keep switching. But
that there's a lot you could take out of that.
yeah,
Statement.
13, 6 plus 7, 13, yeah.
13, I think, is sufficient for part of this.
Okay.
You see little something glowing from the center of his chest as he's moving through, walking. You can tell it's an amulet. You can tell it's necrotic. You can tell it is very similar to what you've seen on Senric, what you've seen on the Baron. On this guy, seems like there's something similar.
Yeah, piece of shit. I bet Grandmama just handed out all these necklaces to all our favorite grandchildren. Piece of shit.
Wasn't it his mom? His dead mom?
No, it was his
Or his
grandma.
dead grandma.
It was his grandmother. That yes.
And I even straight up was like, "Yo, you and Senric related? Did Grandma give you the same shit?" And he was like, "Nah, bro." Yeah, all right, dog.
No, it's cool, bro.
Yeah, I think that was one of the times he told you to fuck off.
Yeah, that was like, that was
yeah. But no, this guy, if he was in any way aware of what was happening, he's fully fucking not paying attention. But continuing along, he's just setting out the water in front of everybody. Richter, you guys get the water set out in front of you, and he starts making his way back to get more stuff. But Gallon, you will make your way through the double doors. They were partially closed, kind of breaked up, but you're able to open up the door and make your way into a main kind of corridor.
One thing I did want to do right before I exited the doors, I would like to look back at Edmure.
Edmure, his back is to you at this point, quite a ways away, as it is a rather large hall, maybe as many as 50 feet away from that door. But his back's turned. He seems to be talking with the halberdier at this time.
Okay. The serving is still in that room.
This would be happening as a servant's bringing the water over to everybody.
Okay, so then I'll go through the doors.
Yeah. You again through the doors. You're in a big corridor. I would say immediately what would catch your attention is you're seeing the same thing, kind of the curving, kind of now familiar stonework of the place, but there's a couple other things going on with it. There are a series of you've been to enough places that you would be familiar with what pipes are, and there seems to be a collection of just pipes almost like coming out and stopping, like running along, like almost like all coursing the same direction from the center, kind of coursing out and just exiting up. It almost looks like well, I don't know if you know what that is. You can give me an insight check as I
They have indoor plumbing.
Go ahead and give me an insight check. But no, so these pipes are kind of coming out from underneath, coiling up and just stopping. It's out of the same stonework. It's part of the stonework. But there seems to be dozens of these little just stop pipes going up. They're about 8 feet high wherever they stop. But you're assuming, looking at them, there's probably an opening of some form.
Go ahead, an 11.
I think an 11 and let me actually be more correct on this. It'd probably be a history check. So if you want to convert that
History?
to
Same roll.
If you're good with the same.
So they're just like coming out of the
11.
ground, right? Just like kind of spiraling up.
Yeah, it's still very much connected to the wall. Like
Okay.
it's not like in the middle of the floor. It's just coming off the outside wall, kind of coiling up. What was that, Todd?
11.
11.
Same
Same
roll.
same thing. Gotcha. I just wanted to ask in case, for whatever reason you had proficiency. But looking at this, it seems a bit strange. I think the closest thing you could put your mind, make the most sense is it looks almost like in some churches or cathedrals, like some form of pipe organ system. It seems like there's something just kind of coiling up and such. It is about as curious to the stonework as the kind of splashing water, creating almost like a spike system along the bottom was on the outside. But yeah, it just seems to be running along the whole length because you're walking out. In front of you is, for one, stairway directly going up and away. It seems to be branching off as soon as as far as you can see. But aside from that, the hallway goes and wraps. It seems like you're going a soft kind of U pattern, and all the way around that you can see there are these kind of pipes just coiling, just loosely making their way up and around, both directions.
Range.
The direction, just so you know, of the barracks where you're told quarters would be the left. That's right.
I'll go to the left.
You're making your way through. There are some braziers, kind of just off to the side. These hallways are quite wide. Why did it just go hard for a minute?
Anyway, back to this. I left my iPod on, sorry.
Yeah, you're just walking in and it's shit, it's still on shuffle. So pausing your iPod, then immediately leaving this campaign and never being referenced again. Yeah, you're just making your way through the hallway. Doors are just on the left side. You can see quickly along as you start walking along this like a collection. You see as many as 8 doors all on the left side, just equally spaced along the outside. Presumably the aforementioned barracks.
You'll go up any stairs to get there?
No, it's just on the same floor as you guys.
So I come out the doors. It's like a U-shaped corridor. So there's 2 directions you could go, and at the end of those 2 corridors would be stairs up.
So there were stairs up initially facing it. So if there was a U, it'd be at the very top of this U. You went to the left, which for me is on this side. So you translated it in your head. There doesn't seem to be any stairs at that end of that hall. As you're going down, you're seeing all the other collection of like just doors and stuff that are primarily still on the left side.
So it'd be like stairs in the middle.
The stairs in the middle. As soon as you exited that double door, there were stairs.
Stairs going up, but if I did, then there's 2 hallways left and right.
Yes, without going up the stairs, just on the same floor.
Okay. I'll check the first. I'll check the 4th door.
Ooh.
You'll check the 4th door. Okay. You walk down. Just go past 1. Go past 2. You go past 3. While you're going to the 4th door, I want to say all the doors have been on the left side. Now you're seeing there is a door. It seems a little bit different on the right side, and by different, all I mean is all these ones on the left side are just simple wooden doors. They seem to have like a bit of a slit in them or something, so you could be private or you can look out and see. On this right side here, it seems to be similar to the kind of the difference between the door you entered from and the main gate you left. This has like branded iron along it. Seems a bit more reinforced on that right side.
Is the slit open from the inside or the outside?
Seems like you can see it opening from the outside, but there's no reason it shouldn't open from the inside too.
But a slit to look in the room, you could open it from the outside.
Yeah, you could.
Interesting. I want to inspect this iron door.
Iron door. Okay. Walking up to it, it's an iron door. It has a ringed handle on it. You see hinges swing actually outward and such. But it seems to be it seems to have a proper like iron latch going into the actual stonework. Like this is a door that's made to be closed when it needs to be closed. But you're on the inside. You can open it if you like.
I would like to roll investigation for traps.
Go ahead and roll investigation for traps.
It's a fucking bomb door.
Not the bomb door.
That would be a 17.
17, looking at this door, there doesn't seem to be any traps. There's no evidence of wire. There's no evidence of more complex mechanisms. Really looking at it, this is a very simple door, which makes some sense with where you're at. There hasn't had like any like masterworks. There hasn't been like any like siege engineers aside from apparently Kenny, the halberdier, and Richter coming in. But no, it's a simple door. It has hinges. So that is the most complex function of this door, aside from just it has a latch that closes. So the only additional thing you can see looking at it is it does have kind of those like iron like hooks coming out of it. So if you wanted to, and you had a board that was big enough, you could set it on it to kind of give a little bit more reinforcement aside from the latch. But even that seems redundant. It just seems to be part of the door.
I see a board near the door.
You do not see a board near the door, no. The hallways are very clean and very sparse, I'd say. There's no carpeting. There's no really anything of... The only thing splashing up the dark stone and the braziers casting light on them is the fact that there is a wooden floor, which I will say also looks a bit peculiar just because it's just wood planks running in a very straight line in a hallway that curves. So it does kind of like shift a little bit as the hallway moves off its, being 90 with the wall. But that's about it. There's nothing really especially fascinating.
And so this hallway proceeds down another 3 doors on the left, and then does it stop?
You are not yet at the point where you'd be able to tell if it stopped or not.
I'll keep walking a little bit then.
Okay. Yeah. You go past the door you were told about. Make your way down. You see there's the four. You were at the fourth door, fifth door, sixth door, seventh door. And at this point, yeah, you're going to. You see an other reinforced door on that right side. But immediately behind it, there seems to be a larger door branded much like that right side door in the very front of the hallway, closed off to you. Similar thing. It seems to be reinforced from the inside. That seems to be its nature, is to keep things out, not keep things in. Which I will say, Galen, you being a quite experienced adventurer who's been to many places in his time, these doors are not that abnormal. Maybe their placement is, or maybe some of the reasons, like, it seems a bit strange. But these doors existing in a keep makes sense to you. Like, a keep is made to be protected, and these doors are fulfilling part of that function.
Turned around, and I'm gonna go to that fourth door. I'm gonna open the door of the room.
Right. You go back to that fourth door, which you now know is the very center of all these rooms, and open the door. And inside, you find a very sparse but comfortable setup. There seems to be a kind of a large bed centered in the room. Like an end table on either side. Again, very simple wooden construction. Looking at these, you can tell they were all made out of the same wood. Bed seems reasonably comfortable. It has sheets on it. It seems like a reasonable room, all in all. Just comfy enough. I will say this: opening up the door, which you do, push in to open, and looking at it, you can see that slider you saw does also work from the outside or from the inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna enter the room, and then can I roll investigation just to see if anything seems out of place?
For sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation.
And there's just one bed in here, right, Connor? Like it's
just one bed, a larger bed, but a one bed.
Right. Okay. So I'll make sure it wasn't like a whole thing. Okay.
18. That's very different than 8. Looking around, it seems like the bed was made well. The end tables were made well. There is also like just a little like study of some form with a chair on it. Like there seems just parts. There's a quill and ink. But looking around the room, you don't see any signs of traps. You don't see any signs of interference that you would know to look for. The only thing you can really see, kind of looking around, your eyes don't really notice it at first, but there is similar piping kind of thing. Kind of those same kind of like running a stone with like that kind of run up along the room. It is also present in this room on the one of the walls.
Is it floor to ceiling, or is it like it goes up and it stops before it gets to the ceiling?
It stops. On the outs, like in the hallway, it was a much higher ceilings. So there it was stopping about 8 feet. Here it's stopping about 4.
Okay.
Like
so it comes like from the floor and it stops.
Yeah, coming up from the floor, it stops. Here, because you're actually able to see down on it, you can see that there's a series of small little holes along the top of it. None of them much bigger than like 2 inches. But also you can see like it's only jetting out of the wall, like maybe 6 inches or so. Like it seems to be like you can't discern what the function is of it, but it also seems to be part of the design of the place. Like it is part of the back wall behind the head of the bed. So walking in, that is like you're sitting there looking for traps, so your eyes weren't drawn to like interior design, which is what this is kind of seemingly to be more leaning towards.
All right, I'll enter the room. Set down my bag, my crossbow. I will pull out a change of clothes. That will change my clothes from the bloody mess that it was previously.
Got you.
For the first time ever in D&D, the clothes were changed.
The clothes were changed. And it wasn't implied, it happened.
True.
Going back to the dinner table, though. Raph, you're still kind of by yourself a little bit over here. As Edmure now he has taken his seat properly next to the halberdier. So right now there is kind of just a grouping of the two knights, the halberdier Edmure and Richter and Wardell, all kind of sitting together, having their conversations back and forth. For the two of you kind of sitting at the table at this point, Edmure is kind of steering the conversation again to Dillard, the halberdier who died. He and Kenny are kind of exchanging some slow stories back and forth, and the Mason Knights are kind of making a point of not speaking over it, kind of just letting them have their conversations. But for you, Braff, so the server comes by again, this time with, I don't know if it's something that excites you, but you can see there's visible excitement from Cyrus, kind of looking up and getting, he kind of reaches over and taps Anders, looks over, and coming over, similar crate, but bottles of wine comes out and sets one in front of you right next to that craft of water, and goes out and sets them all up. Similar thing, I'd say. I don't know if your detect magic is up still.
I would say, yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, but you still would get a similar thing off the whip. That would be true.
Same dude, right? Like he comes, he drops stuff, he leaves,
yeah. It's
back.
Just been this dude in here. It's just been him running around getting all this stuff set up.
Okay.
This is the same dude who was cranking the door.
No, a different dude than
Okay.
that. Yeah. You haven't seen that guy since. You guys have maybe been in here like 10, 15 minutes though. But he's going out getting all the wine set up, kind of setting them up along the table and such. But seeing you still sitting alone, he sets up the wine, kind of goes around, sets it up for everybody, and comes back over. Seeing you, he's like, hey kid, is there something I can get you? You just seem kind of... Do you drink wine? I don't know.
No, I think I'm all right for now. I appreciate it. And I just kind of
bring out some bread here in a minute or something. You don't know. That's probably what you guys need right now.
Yeah. Actually, I was curious as to the main course. What is actually on the menu for tonight? I
want to say venison. I want to say we have a pretty decent roast going right now.
That makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, being honest here, we eat a lot of meat, we eat a lot of bread. I mean, when we get veggies, we're stoked, and that's not where I thought my life would be. But but it's I don't need to speak bad over it. It's good food. It should be nourishing to you guys. I know you guys had apparently a pretty fucked up day. But
gotcha.
Yeah, Cedric should be out here in a little bit.
Yeah. Did he retire to his chambers or something, or like is he getting just prepared for the dinner?
Yeah, he wasn't feeling well, but I went by his room, told him I was getting ready to serve wine, and he immediately started getting ready to get out.
Real quick, this is Cedric he mentioned?
Cedric.
Okay,
yes.
I just want to make sure. Well, hopefully he's all right. I mean, sounds like we'll see him shortly. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I'll get bread out here in a little bit. And kind of turns over and then projects to everyone. Is like, enjoy your drinks. Bread will be out here in a little bit, guys. And she kind of just get like a little, like, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir, from Edmure.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone else kind of just, it's going like some of them who have poured water glasses are finishing their water glasses to just pour wine in.
Yeah. Which I think at this point I will have poured myself a water glass, but I want to look into the water glass. Not while he's like after he leaves to go like gather whatever else. I do want to like pour myself a pitcher of water and then check out the water just to see if I can discern anything from just with the natural eye.
Got you. So you're pouring a glass of water. Do you want to kind of investigate it?
Yeah, just kind of like a quick like.
Sure. Yeah. So pour yourself a glass of water. Go ahead and look at. Go ahead and just give me a investigation, perception, if you like.
Either one.
Yeah, whichever you think is going to make more sense to you.
Well, I would say investigation would make a whole. I feel like investigation would be drinking it. Let's do perception then. Let's 18.
No problem. I will also say perception's easier to do without making it obvious what you're doing.
Right. So 18.
Yeah. But perception, going down and kind of looking at it and such. It seems like water. It seems like there's probably a little bit more sediment in it than you're probably used to. Not like it's dirty water, but like there is probably just a little bit more like minerals and such in it. Which I would say on a 17 I don't know if you necessarily put 2 and 2 together, but this is more than likely from a well.
Yeah.
Especially the well right out there. So having a little bit more mineral content in there isn't that strange. But it doesn't seem like there's anything necessarily unsafe about it. It just seems like water. You know? About the best you can probably get. Why? Baby, what you gotta do is do me.
That just means the water is safe.
Yeah, dude.
That only means the water's safe. 1 second. Let me go ahead and kill Nero, which is the bot. I'm killing the bot. Then I have another playlist I queued up, but now I'm just jumping it to the front. Okay. Bot's back. Welcome
Okay.
back, bot.
I look at it and just seeing the sediment, I'll wait for Gallon to get back. But like looking at the water and like being like on the verge of drinking it, and now I'm like extra thirsty, so I'm like, fuck. So I'll set it down and I'll actually as long as there's no like the servant isn't here, I'll actually drink from my water skin.
So there was sediment?
Yeah, a little bit of sediment,
Just,
like
yeah,
mineral
little
content you could
things,
see in it. Like it wasn't like cloudy, but you could see that there's, distinguishable with your eye. It wasn't perfectly clear water.
Yeah.
But yeah, you decided to wait for Gallon. Richter and Cordell, again, Edmure and Kenny are kind of telling stories about the lost halberdier dealer. Just kind of exchanging some stories. They're like really, it's kind of Kenny at this point, who has finished his 2nd glass of wine, and the servant has not yet left the room after introducing the wine. Just down, finishing that swig. He's like, he's just he's a better guy than me. Like Edmure's like, don't, you don't need it. No. I mean, he's always shipshape. He always did things the right way. He was a family man. You don't see a lot of those in this business, but he's just a good guy. He's a steady hand. Fuck, we're Edmure's kind of nods. Like, no, he was great, good guy, but hey, we took care of what did it, right? We took care of him. It's like, we killed it, killed the thing. Yeah, I know, but just fuck.
Oof.
Reminds me of a siege I was at. And it's like, okay, well, we're gonna this turns over to the Knights of the Mason Order, kind of turning his attention to you guys as well, Richter and Cordell. It's just like, what would you guys kind of make out of that whole thing out there? I mean, and he kind of looks over to specifically you, Cordell. I know where your thoughts went, but like, without pointing fingers, without going that far, like, what happened? I haven't seen anything like that before, and I've been on my fair share of hunts, so I can honestly say I've never had a pool of blood turn a man into more blood. So
I've also never seen that. I would call that a classic trap.
I would call bear trap a classic trap, or like even an ambush, bolts. But I don't even know.
That was not a classic trap.
Okay, well, that's
correct.
I'm going to be honest. I'm really happy to hear you say that. If that was casual to you, I would have been. Yeah, I don't mean to pry, but like your friends keep asking you like about morality or mortality, and like there's just a whole lot going on with your friend. I'm not really.
I think I freaked him out on accident. Don't worry about that.
Well, normally I'd be all for that, but maybe everyone's on edge.
Yeah.
You're good.
For my knowledge, was this the guy that was talking about sleeping in the watchtower, or is that separate?
This is separate. So this is Edmure. This is
group.
Laura Edmure. The two guys who were talking about sleeping in the tower were Cyrus and Anders, the Knights of the Mason Order.
Okay.
Just for a brief recap on that, there was a tower kind of hanging off the side of the whole keep that the Knights of the Mason Order helped the Baron even get these lands, and that tower is exclusively for them.
I see. Yeah, I'll keep letting him ramble. I don't have any input here.
Yeah. But no, is there anything in the fight? I know you guys are a lot closer to them. obviously, and he turns over to you, Richter. He's looking, are you doing okay, by the way? Because you seem...
I'm doing much better now, thanks. I've got yeah, looking forward to getting some meat, some kind of food going.
Okay. I didn't know druids eat meat, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised.
Thinks you only want a salad with croutons.
Yeah. You know, it's more of a necessity than anything. I think, you know, I don't love to kill animals myself, but I understand it's usually part of the natural order of things.
No, that's really refreshing to hear, because I had some druids that were living on a grove near one of my properties, and they just got pissy every time I went hunting and shit. Eventually, we had to get them out of there. But, so just you being actually like cool with it, that's kind of refreshing to hear.
As long as you're not wasting it and just killing willy-nilly for
I mean,
no
target practice is
discernible
never
reason.
a waste.
Well, I
But
mean,
no, I get what you're saying. I mean, you eat most of it, right?
yeah,
sorry.
try not to waste.
Here, just I feel bad, and kind of reaches into his pack and pulls out a little vial, and hands it to you there. Like you could see looking at it, it's a small, like kind of little circular vial with a little topper on it, little cork. Like it's a standard. I got a herbalist where I live makes these. It's just a healing potion.
Healing potion.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I will tell everybody at this time as well. This is a topper for you guys, but at this point, you guys have been sitting for a minute. You guys can take the benefits of a short rest.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what that means for me.
You should be able to use some of your hit die to heal. I don't know what else druids get out of that.
I'm gonna use all 3 of my arcane recovery to recover all 3 of the first level spell slots that I used earlier.
Yeah, like you perfected the amount of spells used to recycle.
That's actually what I was planning on initiating. How long would I have to be?
I'm gonna be pretty loose with it. Like 10 minutes. Like you guys sitting, you guys had not even had dinner yet. I'm gonna count that as a short.
Okay.
So you being in there, changing your clothes will count as a short rest. You walk, you kind of investigated, but you're taking a minute kind of to yourself. I'm imagining you're not rushing.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna do a little bit more, but yeah, that's basically the plan.
You can, by all means, you can do a little bit more. We'll get to that in just a moment there.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys are all taking that time there as pretty quickly along. Loaves of bread are delivered. I would say, Cordell, you are probably a little disappointed as this is not the actual cacophony of various breads, meats, and cheeses that you were able to somewhat bring with you. But no, it seems like very simple, like just bread, just like very grain heavy bread is brought out for you guys.
That's very saddening.
Well, you get marsh bread, kind of set out, just like a couple of loaves set out along the table for you guys.
What is marsh bread?
It's the bread you're able to get in a marsh. Not that this is a literal loaf of bread called marsh bread.
While the dude's handing out bread, I wanna look at Cordal and see if he whenever he makes eye contact with me, I want to do something. If that's something he just does.
Cordell, I will say there's no role necessary. Cordell, are you going to kind of choose to make eye contact with Braff as you are not really engaged in anything right now?
I want to, but I have no reason to. Sorry, I'm
No,
trying
no,
to
no,
engage
you're
with
good.
the knife in the mixing order.
No, good, yeah.
You're trying to engage. Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
Now it's just like
he's over there. You're just looking over, trying to
It's not awkward for you,
Yeah.
but it's kind of awkward for me as I'm like. But like you don't know,
I
it's
feel
all
like someone's watching me.
good. You're good.
I feel like you kind of staring at Braff only draws attention from Anders. Like as he's kind of looking over at Rick, kind of just lets it go by, as that is nowhere near the strangest thing to happen, even in the last 10 minutes.
Me staring at him and Anders noticing, and then me like glancing over and seeing him, and then him it being awkward. I'm like,
just kind of nods. And just kind of like loosens his bow a little bit.
then I step
Now
back
pouring
in the
himself glasses of wine.
What is the seating order that I'm at?
So right now, just along that side, it's going to be going Anders, Richter, Cyrus, you.
Who handed me the potion?
The potion was handed to you actually by Lord Edmure, the kind of stuffy, colorfully dressed cousin you now know of the Baron.
Coffee.
Yeah, stuffy. Also, I'm using this weird website,
That's totally fine.
the normal website. It's a totally normal website. But how many
Yeah.
dice do I roll for a short rest?
You should have your hit dice. I think level 5, it's whatever 5d whatever I believe you have an 8, a d8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can roll as many as you'd like. Just know you won't get hit die back till. I'm not mistaken here, Jared. Right? You can roll out however many as you'd like.
You can roll as many as you want, and
then they're gone.
And then they're gone until you get half back on a long rest. And I want to say each one is actually it's a roll plus con for each roll.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it is.
So it's however many you want to gamble.
Cool.
And by gamble, it's more. You can just roll 1. You can roll 2. You can roll 3. Then you can get to the number you want to get to and stop. Just record the amount you've taken.
Okay.
And I'm not going to be too. I'm not going to hover over you on that. That's whatever you'd like to do there. Just so you know, if you just, it's a potion of healing. It's 2d4 plus 2 healing.
2d4 plus 2.
Yeah. Whenever you'd like to bring apart that, but that's also you can look up potion of healing and get that.
All right. Thank you.
And I will say, with your general knowledge of just potions and stuff. This is not an inexpensive thing he's handing you. He's handing you something that is worth a lot of money and undoubtedly something that he would have probably depended on at some point if combat had gone differently.
Okay.
But I will say, Cordell, you're sitting there with Cyrus. Cyrus is being relatively quiet. He kind of pours a glass of wine for himself. He does pour another glass of wine for Richter. His attention isn't quite on you. It's kind of just getting wine for Richter, but he's kind of just seated back.
And he is one of the Knights of the Mason Order, right?
He is.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. I wanna turn over to him and like get his attention real quick.
Well, you're sitting next to him. It doesn't really take much. He sees you kind of look over. How's it going? I saw you guys. So you guys kind of grilling the Baron down there. How'd that go?
Not very great. I don't really want to be here anymore. I'm very skeptical. I heard you might be sleeping in the watchtower.
Yeah, we're probably gonna. It's our watchtower technically. So yeah, we're probably gonna bunk up there. We were going to bunk up there anyway. But especially with everything going, I'm going to feel better having one way in that we are in control of. You know what I mean?
If you wouldn't mind, I would love to crash with you.
Sure. Yeah. You certainly proved yourself. If there was any doubt in the combat, you're fucking. And he gestures across the end of the table to a whip that now drawing your attention. Coming around now. With a little bit more bread, and it seems like some honey and butter spread. It's the server, and she just over to the whip that seems to be just faintly glowing.
Do you look at me?
I do see Braff as I look over. Yes.
Yeah.
I look over, and you see my eyes going from you to the whip to the server, and my head not moving, but I following a line. I look at you, and I look over at the whip, and I look at the server, and then I do that like 2 or 3 times, and then I'll pour back into my books, kind of doing the arcane recovery process.
I am internally sad, and I turn back.
Not picking up on any of that shit. Cyrus goes just like your whip over there seems you seem very proficient with it. I've never seen somebody use a whip in combat, so that's. I mean, I've seen it like in the fighting pits and such, but you're certainly quite skilled, sir.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm glad to have your company.
One day, and it just kind of came naturally. It's kind of fun, can't lie.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, who doesn't want to? Have you ever done something like? Can you swing with it or something? Like you whip the tree branch and jump it, something like that.
I'm sure I could.
Okay.
I've never tried,
Well,
but
hey.
I think I could pull it off. But don't hold me to it.
I watched. Yeah.
If we get out of here, we can try.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun use of time. Hiking out of here. But no. Again, yeah. If you would like to, you Richter and I, and Anders, yeah, we could bunk up in there.
I would really appreciate that.
I don't know how much space there is in there, but I mean, 4 of us is bad.
Yeah, I'll take what I can get. I just want to feel safe.
No, I understand that, and we'll make sure it's comfortable. We're also trying to rest.
Thank you.
But no, absolutely, sir. And then hey, at this point, the server kind of coming right by you guys, reaching over, setting up like little honey and little butter spread there for you guys. Kind of leans over. Thank you. He reaches over now. Just it's like a loaf of bread. It's like kind of a very thin loaf. He just breaks off a section himself. Starts taking a knife and getting butter ready. I was like, well, hey, let's. We can worry about resting after we worry about eating, and I'm looking forward to worrying about eating right now.
Me as well. I best get back to my whip, and I'll reach for a handshake and kind of get up.
He's like kind of buttering something. Like, just shakes her hand like, okay. You can bring the whip over if you do what you're gonna do. But you're welcome to come back here if you like.
I'm right there with him.
Just might.
Okay, well, appreciate it. This conversation, I would say, would not be hard to overhear by anybody. Certainly, you, Richter, right there, Braff, you would overhear that as well.
Okay. Did I see the whip, and is the server like within?
Roll a perception check for me. As you, and to my best recollection right now, Richter, and you please correct me however you need. You're kind of zoned out a bit. Someone's directly talking to you, just because how you've been fucked up a bit. But
how I've been. 18.
18. No, I would say at that point, like kind of tapping into their conversation, seeing them gesture over. Cyrus only didn't pick up on the whip because it faintly glowing wouldn't trigger any thought to him. It's a whip that's clearly magical. It faintly glowing is bog standard for a lot of things. But for you, yes, you would pick up on that. And I think with an 18, you also would have seen Braff doing this eye motion to the server.
Okay.
How much do we pick up on that? Like, do I recognize that the server is setting off the whip, or do I recognize Braff is just alerting me something's up?
I would say you notice that Braff is alerting you to the server. I would say you would probably need to take some time just kind of focusing on the whip and paying attention where the server is to ballpark what's causing it. But yeah, I would say him bringing it to your attention, you are immediately aware of what happens and what variables are in them.
All right. I will proceed with getting back to my chair.
All right. They start making their way over. As at this point, the server is making his way out of the. And I would say for those of you who are paying attention to the whip, which I'm going to say is the 3 of you who are in the room right now, as he walks away at approximately 30 feet, he dims down again.
Dims down to nothing.
Braff doesn't have like a ruler, 30-foot ruler.
Yeah.
I pull out a yardstick and I'm like, measuring that shit out real quick. I set it next to my hourglass.
Of course, yes.
All right, yeah. So, as soon as the whip turns off, I'm gonna like look over at Braff, see if he is looking this way.
I'm actually
and then, like.
Having looked at Cordala and made eye contact with them, I'm now peering through my books. So you just see me looking down into my books.
The whole dinner is just, hey, you see me? Nope, not at all. Okay. Hey, you see me? Not okay. Shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I guess I'll like see if like what Cordala is up to. Cordala, what are you up to?
Cordala, at this point, I believe you're making your way over to the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, you're walking?
Yeah. I imagine with my back towards you.
Yeah.
Galen, at this point, because Cordell, you make your way to your seat unless there's anything remarkable happening with that, or you just make your back. Okay.
Just back.
Galen, you switch out your gear and such. Are you still wearing your armor, or?
Well, I mean that'd be the first thing I take off. So like I take off the breastplate.
Right. I'm asking for when you redress.
Give us a
I'll
play-by-play
put
of every article
put
of
my
clothing
on.
you take it off and
Okay,
on.
so I gotta take off my clothing, and as I take my shirt off, I'll
Whoa,
look
whoa.
down,
Talk slow.
and
Yeah. If you could just spend some time here, that'd be great.
How ripped is he? How jacked is this man?
How ripped is a 78-year-old man?
bro, he's
I forgot.
surprisingly shredded for a 78-year-old man.
Oh, like wiry.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, more wiry, but like not flabby.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'd say he'd be covered in like a lot of scarring.
Okay.
And then from the hit I took from the like the creature in the swamp, I would say there's still a pretty big wound, like on the side, a little bit on the shoulder, and still
Right.
bleeding, like lightly.
Oh, for
'cause
sure,
a good
yeah.
portion of like the blood was from me, because that hit I think took like half my health.
Yes, it certainly did.
So yeah, I'm gonna rummage through my bag, take out like some bandages. I'm gonna dress the wound, and then I'm going to redon my armor.
Got you. Just putting on like your cleaner clothing, cleaned off armor, whatever way you can.
And then after that, I'm going to
Assassinate the Baron.
There wouldn't be. Is there a window in the room?
No, there is no window in the room. But also, going inside this room, the outer wall is where you saw the barred doors. You went inside. So on the other side of the room you're in is probably the Great Hall.
Yeah. So when I entered the room, I would have lit. Would there be say a candle?
Yeah, candle absolutely lit in there. There's enough ambient light coming from the hallway when the doors open that you have that light to use to light candle.
Okay, so I'll light the candle while I was dressing the wound and dressing, but then I will extinguish the candle, and I'm gonna kneel down in the middle of the room, and see, I'm gonna for like I guess the dynamic of like the short rest. I'm gonna meditate for a short while, and the Crimson Rite will actually deactivate if you take like a short rest. So I'm going to reactivate the Crimson Rite.
Okay.
I'm going to recite the Rite of the Dawn, and there'll be glowing runes on my sword, because I'll have like my sword kind of like in my lap.
Right, you're just taking it in your lap as you're meditating. Yeah. Okay.
Then so mechanic wise, it says that that having that active would have the weapon emit light. Am I able to activate and deactivate that, or no? Like the light.
I would say you're putting radiant magic on your sword. It is gonna glow. You can put it in your scabbard, and that's gonna limit the amount of glowing, but there's still gonna be some kind of ambient light coming on.
Okay.
You can toggling it on and off. Like, I think if you're using like a light cantrip to do it, sure. But with the Crimson Rite, like the light is a byproduct of the fact that it's being imbued with radiant energy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, lastly, I guess after that, so previously, in a previous episode, I brewed a black blood potion with the intentions that it would heighten my senses. What would that allow me to do?
With the black blood potion, if I recall, it was going to give you advantage on perception checks.
Advantage on perception, okay.
And I believe if you didn't have dark vision, you're going to get dark vision.
That was the other one.
That was the other one, that's right,
Moon,
yes.
which would give you dark vision.
And
what's the duration?
The duration, I would say, is going to be
48
hours. Say please. I would say, honestly, 8 hours is not unreasonable for those things. However, like taking both at the same time would probably cause like some undue, like you might take a little bit of damage. There might be like a little bit of, it's because they're going to be a little bit more toxic making these potions.
Okay.
But you can certainly do it. You could take both of them, and there's a possibility you might be just all right.
Could I just roll like a hemocraft die?
Mm-hmm.
Similar to the other abilities?
Yes, that's kind of how I do it.
Okay. All right.
Your whole character is about hurting yourself to get benefits. So yeah, I don't see the reason to change it up here.
So while I'm doing that, I guess how long would I have to wait in relation to like what's going on in like the Great Hall?
Whenever you choose to exit, especially right now, you're deciding to meditate for a little bit. Whenever you'd like to re-enter, you can re-enter.
Okay.
Because you've been gone now for probably at least 10, 15 minutes as people be getting wine and bread and all this stuff kind of brought out more slowly since they've been sat down.
Okay, while I'm meditating, I'm going to listen for movement in the hallway.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Or say like the slit opening.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Did you already take the potion?
No, the
or
potion.
You just got a nat 20.
Did you drink that shit or not, man?
I would roll. I was planning on taking the potion after.
Okay, so you just rolled a nat 20. Was the question?
Yeah, because I was planning on doing a short rest first.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're sitting there meditating, and one of the allowances for that is you're just totally out. Your mind is very open, and you're focusing wherever you are truly wanting to focus entirely. And for a time, you chose to focus outward, just what's going on around you. With it, you are hearing the crackling fire of the braziers outside. You're hearing kind of just the ambient noise and getting familiar with the ambient noise of the hall. And hear a very faint, windy sound. That I would say you can even hear coming a little bit from your room. A little bit of that wind coming. And as you're taking time meditating, you're able to pick up that it's in some way, shape, or form kind of coming out from these kind of pipes near you. It's a very faint kind of breeze coming from. Here you can also hearing that you can focus a little bit on the hall and pick up that as well. There's a little bit of a breeze coming through. Could be thousands of reasons for that. It could just be as simple as just moving air. Could be a byproduct of the spell that created the place, but it's there. But on a nat 20, I would say you do hear a little bit of rustling as somebody's making their way through the hallway from the door that was close to you, from the very end of the hall, kind of making their way past you. Kind of hear just kind of a
oh, motherfucker.
As you can tell from the breathing and the noises, and eventually as he's making his way kind of closer to you, hear the coughing. You do hear what's unmistakably Cedric making his way over.
Gotcha.
You got a nat 20. I'm gonna be honest. Fuck you. Because you would also hear, as he's making his way through, you do hear, it's like, oh, you're here. It's just like, yeah, making my way down. It's like, okay, how should we do this? It's like, probably I'll be sitting, so just give it to me. Okay, yeah, sure. And there's a bit of a moment and some scuffling and such. And it's just like, all right. It's like, dude, you okay? It's like, I don't know. Just coughing a lot. All right. Gotta keep your shit together out there. It's like, I've been coughing this whole time. I don't know what's going on. Well, keep it together a little bit, right? Just have dinner. When's the Baron coming? It's like, I don't know when he's went up to his room a while back, so we'll see. See you out there. What you bringing out now? It's like, I'm getting the main course at this point ready out. It's like, all right. Shut up, man. Just get out there. Kind of hear them like more scuffling along, because now you're hearing two separating footsteps. One making its way kind of past you down the hall, kind of towards that main door for a minute, as Senric's making his way fully out past, heading towards the main hall.
Okay, and then was I able to distinguish where which way the other person went?
The other person, it's for a minute, walked down the other side, like towards where your door was, and then turned around and made their way out past. Like it was kind of seemed unsteady footwork. Like he kind of walked a direction, that kind of stopped for a minute, turned around. So I don't know if it was just like was going some way, then decided to go somewhere else, or what.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
For everybody else in the
Yeah.
main hall,
This fucking guy is taking a nap, bro. Grandpa fell asleep, bro, in the room.
yeah,
Meditate
everyone else
too
in the
hard.
main hall, the main door kind of opens, and they're like kind of coming out, kind of like the door opens and kind of peeking his head out. He's just like, oh, there you guys are. What's up, guys? Kind of making his way out. Senric kind of starts cobbling his way over to you guys.
Senric, you're still alive. That's I thought maybe your illness might have
Young
taken
man,
you.
you're kind of a dick.
Well, I figured.
But I will say, on that note, I heard about what happened, and I'm sorry about your friends. Their gestures over to Edmir. Kenny goes like, "He was a good man." Edmir's like, "It's okay, Kenny." No, we appreciate that. Please, Edmir kind of gets up to go help him make his way over. He's like, "Oh, Edmir, you're unnaturally kind of kind right now." It's like, "Well, it's been a long day. Let me help you down." And he goes and brings Edmir goes and brings Senric over to the table, kind of setting him up, sitting across kind of from where right now Cordell and Braff have made themselves stationed.
Okay.
To answer a question that hasn't been asked, making his way across to you, Edmir's bringing him over. Within 30 feet, you see a faint glow.
Can I discern if there's a necklace, if he's wearing a necklace?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. I would say, just perception check. If you would like to get in on that as well, Cordell, if you have that same kind of knowledge. You were part of the conversation. So
Asking if the whip is just our version of I have dark vision.
right now it is, certainly.
17.
17?
And I know about the whip, not the whip, the necklace on the Baron. I don't think I know of any other ones.
I would say Braff asked him if it was the same one that Senric had. So if you don't have to roll, if you feel like your character wouldn't be looking for it, then
I don't look for it, no.
But Braff, what was your roll? Yeah.
17.
You see him, he's hunched over and such. You can, not only are you aware of it, you can see it dangling fully as it's kind of like out of his shirt, kind of dangling. Similar, kind of a simple rock, kind of wrapped around in like a little bit of a fine like band of jewelry and such. Yeah, absolutely. It looks very similar to the one the Baron had, matter of fact. He makes his way over.
I will note that in my mind.
And Ember goes and like lets him sit down, and at that time, just takes up a seat right there next to him. Kind of ends up occupying the same chair you were just in a little bit, Cordell, which is just the one right next to. Oh, what's up? What's up, Juniper?
Oh yeah.
That you were in sitting next. So now Edmir's sitting right next to Cyrus, just on the other side of you, Richter. So the table kind of shifted a little bit. I would say the biggest change to people who are worried about necromancy and death is the fact that a very drunk Kenny now doesn't have his handler.
Why would you bring that up randomly?
I don't think I did. But yeah, Kenny is now the one who's alone, at least on his fourth goblet, just pouring them. And now it's like Anders realizing that like Edmir isn't coming back. It's kind of just like, hey.
Wait, hold on. Edmir left the room?
Edmir got up to help Senric sit and then sat with him. So now Kenny is off on his side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just losing it.
Yeah.
Off-topic.
The booze cruise is running right now, running rampant.
Off-topic question: the Explorers pack comes with rations. Do we have rations still, or are you?
Do have rations.
Okay.
Since then, I brought my own PB&J sandwich.
What you do is you cut the chicken sandwich open. You cut the chicken leg open. You stick your ration inside it, and you just
and eat the ration. They'll never know.
Making his way back into the main room is the server at this point. He has like almost like a bit of a cart this time around, which I think for those of you who've been paying attention seems remarkable. He hasn't used it for any of the heavy shit he was bringing.
Yeah.
But now he has it, and there seems to be still some steam coming off it. There's this rather large cut of roast ahead of you guys. It's like your eyes can immediately pick up on the fact that it is some form of venison, maybe elk. They talked about stag in these marshes. That is being brought out for you guys. It seems, and it smells very good. As soon as he starts wheeling it over, the smell immediately takes up the room as he brings it out there and just like, it's like, young man, can I get a hand from you real quick? He gestures over to you, Braff, as he's like getting ready to like kind of grab one side of this platter and bring it to the table.
Yeah. And I stand up and I'll walk over and I'll assist.
And just kind of grabs it. It's like it's not like you need a strength check for it. It's just kind of it's just a bit unruly from the weight of it. Like lifting it up, it's many pounds of meat you're holding right now. As he brings it up to one side of the table, kind of sets it down, kind of central, not far from where you and Cordell are, not far from where Cyrus and Anders are. He kind of sets it down there, presents a carving knife to Senric. No. Please, Edmure, it's your cousin's place. Please, if you don't mind. Sure. And where is he right now? It's like, he's the stress of the day. He needed how many guests. Okay. Should we proceed without him? Like, he insisted. I don't know when he'll be down, but he should be down at some point. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and then just with that, Edmure just kind of stands up to everybody, as the servers kind of gets his card and starts making his way down. It's like, well, boys, I guess in my cousin's stead, we've had a rough transit. We had a rough day, of course. Dillard! Yes, Kenny. We're missing Dillard a lot right now. He was a good man. He was a great man. But now let's take time to eat and talk, and yeah, let's rekindle our strength and have a good night, gentlemen. It's kind of a very loose group of like mainly from the Knights of the Mason. Yeah, cheers. No enthusiasm is really given, but more of just the social pressure of having to be like here. As he just starts cutting up, just cutting the meat. He's not like presenting it to anybody, but he's just cutting it and getting it to you guys. Just leaving it on the plate there.
After I help the server and like they kind of finish talking, I'm gonna go over to where my spot is. I'm going to grab my spell book and kind of just under a low tone, just say to Cordell, I haven't seen Gallon in a second, so I'm gonna go find him. And so I'm going to now exit and kind of almost like running to catch up with the server to ask for directions. If I'm gonna make my way over there, I'm gonna be like,
just pushing his cart.
Excuse me. Yeah.
I don't need help with anything else. You're good, man.
No. Where are the? Did you haven't seen older gentlemen? Did he go to the quarters that were reserved?
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot he was even there. Yeah. No, just down the on the left side. I don't know which room he took. Didn't even think about that, but.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be down there. If you don't mind letting him know that dinner's now ready. I meant to go let him know.
Yeah, and if you wouldn't mind letting the Baron know that dinner's ready as well, I'd be.
I of course let him know. I don't know when he'll be down. But,
okay. But he is coming.
I'll tell you what. I'll give him a reminder. I'm sure he's coming. It's fucking dinner, isn't it? But he seemed quite stressed about the day, so.
Okay.
Good to give him his moment.
Right. Thank you. And I'll almost like go ahead of him, kind of almost intentionally getting in front of him to go out the door, and I'll hold it for him, I suppose, with the cart, and then.
Yeah, I mean the door was kind of propped open, but you're just able to grab it, open it a little bit more, make it smoother for me. Thank you. And then as he's kind of bringing the cart out, somebody else is coming in now through. It's like, Daniel, it's good to see you. And then you see the squire for Senric there, the actual knight who was piggybacking him before, kind of comes down and it's just like, well, please, no, of course, thank you so much. Seeing you,
Daniels. What have you been up
hello.
to?
Just kind of keeping an eye on things out here. We haven't been back in a couple days. Wanted to check it out. Seems, But no, helping in the kitchen a little bit, keeping an eye on as he gestures out to Senric. It's like, has he been coughing more?
Oh, well, I actually was going to inquire to you. Oh, is he okay? I mean, he hasn't been having a fit necessarily since she came in, but that was for only a minute or so.
So. That's good. That's good. No, he's had some tea. He had some rest. I think travel just jostled him a bit. So I'm sure the drink's gonna undo any of the good we just did today. But
I don't see how travel was bothering him, considering you were doing the majority of the heavy lifting. But I suppose
you have to wiggle a little bit. I'm walking. He's an old man.
He's also old as fuck. So I guess there's that. Speaking of old as fuck, and I'll just leave.
Oh yeah, please, whatever you're doing. The server at this point has long since left, went onto the right side as you were instructed to go to the left. But now it kind of gives you a nod and wordlessly heads into have food.
Okay.
But please, Cordell, and I guess Gallon as well. Gallon, are you still meditating at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, Cordell, make your way down. You see.
Me?
Oh,
well, yeah, you're right. But Braff, I keep thinking back at the whip right now, but right now, just so you know, Cordell, it is still giving a soft glow. It's been kind of giving a soft glow for a minute now, just so you know. But Braff, having left that situation, you are now just seeing the piping going along. You're seeing the same kind of thing that Gallon saw. It's kind of along the, but again, piping is just describing the fact that there's a cylindrical structure inside it, kind of going off and kind of being stopped at the top, kind of like a jagged wall along the top, kind of protruding just out the wall a little bit. You're able to see there is kind of these holes along the top of it, such.
Okay, and they're like
finished the short. Sorry, go ahead.
You definitely finished the short rest a while ago, Gallon. Yes.
Okay, I was gonna. You go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say. So, are there is it individual? You can see individual cylinders, but they're all kind of attached, where they almost kind of come together against the wall.
Yes, I would say they're creating this kind of loose rib structure. We gotta make a huge decision, man.
A flashback to when the mage built this place. We gotta make a huge decision to add these organ fucking shits.
He did.
All right.
Yeah, you now know his voice, which I wasn't intending on you guys.
Oh damn!
While,
you got a voice actor for that? You hired a voice actor,
Mr. Beast.
I don't know, but the playlist is D&D ambient horror, so I'm glad you have to make a huge decision while that happens. Anyways, it depends on how bots work. I don't know. I'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
But no, looking at it, it is kind of going along the structure. They're connected together. It isn't like a perfectly smooth circle. It is kind of jagged and such. You're just seeing kind of a smooth pipe along the actual body of it at the very top. You are seeing that smooth kind of hole at the very top of it. There are some that are kind of angled up towards you where they're sheared off. It's not perfectly flat. Some of them are kind of up at angles. So you being down in the hall, you kind of see that there are those kind of
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, as you're walking, there's tens, there's dozens, and as you're walking, there might be over 100 of these.
Oh shit!
On the side of the wall.
Wait, do they come up and then out like this?
They themselves do not bend out. They just go up and stop. But some of them, where they're stopped, instead of being a perfectly flat top, some of them are kind of at an angle, so you're just kind of able to.
Okay, so that's where I can kind of discern that they are a tube or a piping of sort. Okay, cool.
Yes.
As I make my way down the left-hand hallway, I will kind of see the multitude of doors on the left, and instead of wasting my time, I'm just going to kind of almost adjust my angle to where if I shoot a message spell, I should hit a couple of those rooms just in a straight line to expedite this process. Okay.
Go ahead and make an attack roll with the spell, just a spell attack with advantage as you are firing through. Well, is message able to go through that much rock?
Yeah, it's as long as it's not anything super crazy. I'll pull it up real quick. It says you can cast a spell through solid objects. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood blocks the spell.
1 foot of stone might be a problem as you get into these later rooms, but you can go ahead and let off the spell.
Okay, that'd be 23.
I think 23 is enough there.
Okay.
Because he's in the 4th room. That's where you would have hit about the problem. So, but what spell did you send to Uncle?
Gallon. It's Braff. We're obviously fuck. Anyway, are you which room are you in?
I guess that's when I'll open my eyes.
Yeah, immediately interrupting your meditation in the most invasive way possible. A message spell directly into your brain goes off.
We'll stand up.
Wordlessly.
That helps me greatly.
I guess I'll sigh.
Through the message spell.
No, I'll just breathe. You can't hear me breathing, can you? I'll say door 4.
You'll say door 4. Oh, thank God.
The door number 4.
I'll think in my actual head. Oh, thank God he's alive.
And then I'll pull out. I'm gonna pull out the black blood potion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to drink it.
Go ahead. I will say you don't need to roll any hemocraft die for this. The second one you would.
Okay.
Got any black contact contacts Todd you can put in to make it?
Yeah, Todd. If you can just get black contact lenses, we'll wait.
Or
if you just want to do heavy eyeshadow.
Yeah.
I got you. Hold on.
God, it's shades, isn't it?
No, of course.
It's a sock.
That's all I got right now. Hold on.
He's Brit.
God.
Oh shit. All
No
right.
worse.
Yeah, no, I like it.
That's a lot worse.
That's
Tom.
perfect. That's perfect.
a lot worse,
actually.
baby.
It's worse.
That's actually perfect. I like that. I will make my way to door 4.
Oh yeah, door 4.
And I'll see if it's locked. If it's not locked, I'll just enter in. Actually, I will make note. I will make note of the slides that are on the doors. And if you mentioned earlier that you could potentially open them from the outside, I'm gonna try to open it and see peer into the room and see if I can see them.
And I would say you opened up and you were looking into a completely dark room.
Door number 4, though, yeah.
Door 4, yes.
Okay.
Gallon. I would say you are sitting in there in complete darkness. Then just light comes through and you see a face right up there.
And then you see lips going. Well, this isn't very private now, would you say? And then I'll close it and I'll open the door.
Is that what you say?
Yeah. And now I open the door.
Fun.
Yeah, now I open the door. And I'm like,
the door you go from darkness to getting this pretty decent amount of light coming into the room from the braziers in the hallway. I'm just kind of casting this light into the room for you, Galen, as you're. I'm assuming still you stood up, but you're just standing in the center of the room.
You interrupted my meditation.
I would say you in this moment, Braff, unless you chose not to cast it, you'll be seeing the soft light kind of coming off his sword and it's scabbard.
Well, that was gone. The detect magic was gone.
No, but this is the light. Just it is luminescent.
Oh, that's right. I see. Okay, I got you. As you say that, I
Especially
go.
in the very kind of dark environment it's in.
Yeah, I will pause and be like, yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure. Obviously, you left a little bit ago. Make sure you were dead. I apologize, obviously, for interrupting what you're going on. As I look around and take in the fact that it was a pitch black room. Well, I guess I can leave you to it, but I just figured it'd be dinner is underway, and I just want to make sure you were still with us at this point. And I just kind of at this point now slowly closing the door, like, I guess, yeah.
Take a step forward. Say, I'm not dead yet.
A sigh of relief of that's beneficial for all of us.
Going to put an end to this. Going hunting.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'll kind of keep walking towards you.
What do you look like with the potion? Does it change your physical appearance?
So, I guess, since I just recently took it, you may notice, veins on my neck are, a little bit, darker.
More
and
prominent. Yeah.
You would notice that, my pupils are, black.
I'm
And I'm, a little more pale.
I'm, edging back a little bit. Yes? Yeah, what's up?
I want you to promise me something.
Yeah, what?
If I'm killed here, don't be a fool and flee this place.
Do you think is it that bad? Do you think we're gonna fucking die?
I don't
You
know
said-
what it is.
Don't be a fool and flee this place, or don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool,
Comma.
flee this place.
There's subtitles on for you, Braf, so you do see
Yeah.
that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say? I said, you think we're gonna fucking die? What'd you say?
I said, well, you said you think it's that bad. I said, I don't know.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
certainly nothing good. I returned to dinner.
Okay. Yeah, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I got, yeah. Anything you want. But don't, obviously, if you can help it. And I know, I feel like this is a fucking terrible time to bring this up, but what about the estate if you go, you die? What do I tell the family?
I will hand you the will.
Oh shit.
Do you have it on you?
Yeah, I kept it in like a small scroll, I guess, on like my
Right.
in my waist bag.
As I don't
In that case-
grab it immediately, and I say,
I was
Well-
like, in that case, it's yours.
well, you. Now I'm sweating again. I just calmed down, and now I'm fucking up in it again. Well, you. Well, it's no. I can't just bring back a will with your name with you on it. You need to, like, I don't know, annotate somewhere or something that you sign it over, because if I just bring him and it says it belongs to you, then it doesn't fucking matter. And you know our family; they probably won't believe me. So you'll need to, like, specify something.
They'll know you weren't the one that killed me. If you return, tell your Aunt Matilda she's a bitch. And with that, I'm gonna walk down the hallway.
That's heavy, man.
You kind of like have to, like, you almost have to, like, set it on my chest, and then I'll grab it, because I don't grab it from you, but I'll, like, hold
So
it there.
I will ask you this, Galen. It is your character's will. At this point, written on it, what is everything bequeathed to? Does it say Braf? Did you edit that at some point, or what does it say at this point?
Well, it'd be the will of our. It'd be the
Yes.
will of what's her name, right? It'd be the will of fucking. I don't even remember her name.
I guess in
Oh. I'm asking if it's his will, which is my understanding.
yes, it'd be no. It would have been.
It would have been the.
No,
it would have been
It was the will of.
I'm pulling it up so that we can get.
Yeah, no, okay, but I understand. I just didn't know if it was your will or her
the family will for the family member that died.
right? And then okay, so you were the one with the
which
save.
would be giving it to me, and then I'm giving that paper to Braf.
Karina Dent's
you didn't
will.
Yeah,
you didn't
it would be
edit it in
Karina.
any way, though.
No.
Yeah, it was Karina Dent's was the one that died, who gave the will to Galen, and Galen gave her will to me. Not edited, so it's fucking useless. But that's okay. At least I'll tell Aunt Matilda she's a fucking piece of shit.
Yes, which I think covers most of everything.
Yeah, I think I'll be good. when I
and
say that.
and then with that, Braf, Galen, as you walk away, you walk off into the hallway on your mission. As Braf, you're told to go to dinner, and for everybody else here, I would say let's go ahead and take 5 and drop some lights a little bit spookier.
Oh yeah, and
fuck.
hold on. And also, as you're leaving, I do want to say one more thing. Say, don't eat the food.
I figured as
In
much.
case you didn't already crap your pants.
Yeah, I just like the idea of him saying just like, I'm going hunting. Things aren't really safe here. Anyways, here's the will. Bye. Let's take 5 and drop the lights a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's
let's do it. Okay, we will be back momentarily for everybody in the stream. We'll be back momentarily. We'll take a break, and we'll come back
Poor Braf.
for more spookiness.
Poor Braf.
Yeah, poor Braf.
Poor
My
Braf.
character just wants to live, and she's getting weird. So we'll see you back here momentarily.
Love you, viewers.
And we're back, and what we measure approximately is 5 minutes. Don't fact check us. It was. I honestly don't know, but it seemed like it might have been close enough. But yeah, we're back.
Probably.
The rooms are a little darker, a little spookier. Music's a little bit more
Spooky.
spookier. We're gonna hope that there's no people talking in this music. bits. That'd be cool. But we did just leave off with
Smash Mouth starts
Raph and Gallon kind of having a little bit of a pointed moment as Gallon sets off. Firstly, Gallon, what direction are you heading? Because they're towards the door where Senric seemed to have come from, or there's kind of down towards that main hall where there's the stairs up. There's a door into the main hall as well.
So I would have assumed I detected the other person come from that way.
Yeah, the other person came from that way, the way you came as well.
Not so back to like the main.
That's where the other person came from. Yes, Senric came from the opposite direction. So I'm just trying to determine
Okay.
which direction you're going.
I'm going to go to the main, that big door.
Gotcha. You start heading that way. And then Braff, real quick though.
I'm making wisdom saving throw.
Okay. As
Yeah, I fail.
can you explain to me a little bit what that looks like for you? Like what's happening to Braff?
I think outwardly he obviously started sweating and his heartbeat has started, but I feel like it almost feels like it's more almost internally. What the fuck? Yeah, there's someone yelling. It's his mother in his mind.
It is for sure.
No, so it's almost like it's almost internal with his mind, and it almost seems like the room starts to get rolled, even like because obviously the light's pouring in from the back where the door was open, but his mind starts to get dark, and he starts to almost like everything seems to kind of close in on him. His breathing starts to get pretty heavy, and he kind of starts darting around, and he just tries to control himself in this. It's a panic attack essentially. It's a panic attack, and he is just now like things are like the reality is hitting him. And even if Gallon is worried that he's going to die, then Braff is now extremely worried that things are much worse than they were, and now he's just panicking, and he's just kind of paralyzed.
Got you. I would say you're kind of standing in the doorway. Gallon makes his way past you, but you're still standing there. You're still staring into that room that he was in. It's backlit by the braziers behind you, as this kind of sensations washing over you, where you just it's all hitting you. This trip is not a guarantee to get home anymore, and I think like that has always been somewhat true, and now it really is. And I think in this wave of panic and all the stress of the day, fire plays with you a little bit behind you as the fire's dancing off the brazier. The shadow made by your own body does look like, in some ways, being cast on water. Your mind is just finding ways to trick you more and more into finding all the things to make you just panic more and more, and this cascade is beginning to start with you.
And I think with that, as the light starts to mess with me, and like I start to almost spiral, and now I'm starting to think like shit, like what, like I can't get home, I won't be able to get home and like make it right with my father and my mother and just all this different shit. And I see the lights, I'm gonna like quickly now just like instinctually bolt out, slam the door behind me, and like back against the door and just breathing heavily. And then I'll almost just sink down into a sitting position. Now
Did you run into the room?
I left the room. I slammed the door outside of the room, and now I'm like butt on the ground, back against the door. Just like, I think it's kind of almost, I'm coming down a little bit, but yeah, it's like.
Wait, I thought, so you didn't come in the room. I came towards you in the doorway.
Yeah, I had the door open,
yes,
and then
he's still in the hallway.
Yeah.
But Gallon, though, you're making your way towards that main, towards the actual room itself, or at least going that way down the hallway. Where are you going? What's your motive right now?
I am attempting to backtrack the way Senri came.
Oh, so you're heading the opposite direction. You're not heading towards the hallway. You're heading towards the kind of
the door.
The hunt has started.
And then I would like to.
This music's intense as fuck.
So, let's see here. With Hunter's Bane, because I have advantage on Wisdom, Survival checks to track Fey, Fiends, or Undead.
Right.
As well as Intelligence checks to recall information about such creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, I was not able to initiate that because I didn't have a certain I didn't kind of. Was it? I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't have a certainty that there was something like that around.
It was a bit of both. I think if you wanted to try to look for one, I would let you try to find it. And the assumption of you finding it would let you start rolling with advantage. You could begin looking for things like that, though, and I'd say you'd probably get, depending on the type of roll, depending on what you're doing, you might get advantage on it. That is assuming something like that is here.
Because I was just going off of that, like with the like with the whip glowing brightly. At one point, I would know. I would know that there would be undead.
Right.
Here.
No, absolutely. And you can begin looking for that however you choose to.
Okay.
And then I understand how mechanically that'll work for you, and I'll let you know if you get advantage depending on what's happening. It's going to be somewhat circumstantial until there's some more direct evidence.
Okay. So I'm going to walk down the hallway. I'm going to roll stealth.
Please.
It's not just barreling down the hallway.
Yeah, like soft
Kinda
stepping.
Slowly approaching, just paying attention to my surroundings. Is that with dexterity?
Mm-hmm. Stealth is dexterity.
Crash. 8.
You're walking through with a purpose, and I think kind of also you're walking into a very combative place where you're looking, and you have said to yourself you are now going hunting, while also handing paperwork to your family member that's like, hey, here's what to do when I die. So you're immediately going from that place to we're in combat, like we're in it.
Okay.
But so you are stepping. Your training is and your form is somewhat lost on you as your blood's running a little hot. These toxins are kind of running through your blood a little bit, and you're just you're a little bit more amped than you might want to be.
Okay, I wasn't necessarily. I guess I wouldn't necessarily be trained in stealth per se. I was just trying to not to be extremely loud, you know.
Sure.
Just more deliberate. And I do want to point out that before I left the room, I leave my pack, I leave the crossbow, but I did bring the lantern.
Brought the lantern. You have the sword. The lantern at this point has approximately an hour left.
That would be attached to my belt, and I will have it shuttered.
Gotcha. It's closed. It's not lit right now.
Yeah.
I would say going through. You head the direction he went. There's the door leading to the actual outside wall that's barred, and there's the door at the very end of the hall. This is the direction he came from, and you have to choose which two you're going through, or if you're trying to find something else.
The smaller iron door and then the bigger iron door?
There's a door that is going to the best of your knowledge, outside. There is a door that's continuing into the hallway.
We continue in the hallway. And can I roll survival to track or attempt to pick up any evidence?
I would say you can roll investigation at this point to see if there's anything to track with.
Okay, I just know the Hunter Bane said tracking is wisdom survival.
Right, but at this point,
but that's if I have a lead, basically.
Exactly.
I need some sort of lead.
Right, yeah, because a lot of your abilities are based off you kind of knowing what you have and kind of having a lead. And right now, you have a lot of evidence suggesting there's a lead out there, but you don't have that yet.
Okay, so I'm not just gonna say like glowing footsteps.
No, not yet. No, you're not able to hold R3 and see the glowing footsteps.
That is a 12 plus 4 for investigation, 16.
16, opening out this door and kind of making your way inside, you were able to see at least some muddier footprints kind of making their way through here. As you just kind of open the door, you see there's a little bit of mud, and opening up, you're seeing this hallway, kind of like this room kind of continues down maybe another 20 feet before it immediately hits a ladder going up. And the footsteps seem to come from there doesn't seem to be any other direction from this.
Footsteps are coming from the ladder.
Yeah, that's where the footsteps are going. There's also doesn't seem to be any other real way out or in from here.
Okay, roll perception on the room.
Sure.
And real quick, Connor, I failed every single one of my wisdom saving throws up until when the condition breaks, and so it's gonna be at least another 30 seconds to a minute. And so whenever my intention, just for I want to follow him, but let me know when it's back to me.
For sure, yes. We'll probably let Gallon, get a little bit. I'll go back to the table.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then,
you're good. You're good. Yeah, I just want to let you know.
Appreciate
And
it.
then, so I'll roll perception. Do I roll it with advantage with black blood?
Yes.
12, 16.
You get 2 12s.
I got a 12 and a 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but looking around the room and such, you're seeing the kind of the muddy footprints. You're seeing that there is like at least one or two outcrops here. They're not quite windows, but they are kind of like slats in the actual stonework leading outside. If you were to make your way over there, you would see looking through that you're on the very outside wall on that side. This is going to be on your right side, looking out. This seems to be under a siege scenario, maybe a place where someone with a crossbow or something could fire down.
So it's like an arrow slit.
It is it's exactly an arrow slit. And looking through it, you can kind of see outside. You can kind of see like this kind of gentle hill coming up to you, and you realize you're not far from the main gate right now.
Is there anything in the room? Crates?
This room is very empty. Again, there is very little in the hallway. There is only the braziers, and here there is like a lit torch on the wall and such. There's a pair of them on different sections of it, just providing light. But aside from that, there is like the muddy footprints. There is the fucked up stonework, and at this point, you're walking on stone. As you open the door, it transitions from a wood floor to the stonework itself.
Yeah.
And then there is the wooden ladder heading up into whatever it is.
So if I look up, is there a trapdoor?
There does seem to be an actual trapdoor open at this point. You're looking up into what seems to be further stonework above in that other space.
Is there light emitting from there?
There is. There's daylight.
There's daylight. What time of day is it? I thought it was
It's about sunset, but you are seeing the light from that, I guess. There is ambient light from nature. There is not necessarily daylight. You're right.
Interesting. I'm gonna roll. Can I roll stealth on the ladder?
I'll let you reroll stuff.
Oh, is that supposed to be my set one, or?
Go ahead and I'll let you reroll it. Yeah, because you're doing a different action here. I could see a reason for you to like take a moment and steel yourself going forward. Did it get worse?
It got better with a 20. I love these dice. They're not gonna. They're gonna roll. I guarantee. My luck is gonna run out at the worst
Natural or
moment.
not natural?
Oh, not natural.
Oh shit!
I'm just waiting though. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, no, you make your way. You find the bit of yourself. Like you said yourself, you guys weren't necessarily trained for stealth, but any combat situation, you do know there's certain things to do to stay quiet, to kind of get the better move on your adversary, and every bit of that has like kind of calmed down a little bit from the rush of kind of going through, talking with Brav and taking these toxins and all that hitting your body at once. You're kind of realizing too, there's probably a little bit of your meditation being cut short. That's kind of just messed with you a little bit. Now any resonance of that is gone as you're making your way up. As
Focus.
quieter than stillness, you're making your way up through. Are you just making your way up the ladder?
Making my way
Peeking
up
up?
the ladder.
Yeah. You make your way up the ladder and peek up, and you see there is immediately before you, as you pop up, maybe 10 feet in front of you, you see a massive wooden wheel, handles on either side of it, facing away from you. You can see that there's kind of a wooden structure kind of around that. There seems to be heavy, seems like heavy rope, tarred heavily and such, making its way down. And you realize you are in the gatehouse of the main actual gate.
I'm in the gatehouse of
The main gate.
gate.
The main gate, absolutely.
Is that the
But
one?
it's open. Like the top's open.
What do you mean the top's open?
You said I saw daylight when I looked out the trapdoor up.
Yes, there's plenty of light coming through here. Like, as you pop up, you see this wheel and this wooden structure inside it. You yourself come up on top of the actual walls.
Okay.
What was your question there, Richter? Or Evan, I should say, in this moment?
This is the gate that we just came back inside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys arrived initially from a personnel gate. But no, this is the proper main gate.
So the U for the hallways, it doubled back, right? So if you go through the front, like the door to go to where we went, there's obviously the stairs leading up, but then the U almost doubles back. Is that what?
Fully back, yes.
Okay.
So the hallway was running along the side of the main walls.
Makes sense now.
And
Okay.
so, yeah.
Okay. Got you. Because I thought for some reason it was you going forward, but that makes more sense. It's backwards.
Right, yes. It was wrapping around the room.
Yep. Got you. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
But no, up here you can see there is plenty of evidence of like dirty feet and such up here. The footsteps continue along and such. There is no dirt present here itself, but the dirty feet did certainly come from up here.
A roll perception. What would I roll to continue following the? I guess. Can I roll perception while I'm up here?
What are you trying to perceive? I do need you to kind of tell me what it is you're trying to get out of the roll.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I see any movement in the gatehouse.
Okay, yeah, beliefs. Yeah, go and roll that.
Well, 16.
16. No, absolutely none. As you walk up, you see there's no movement. There's stillness. You can feel a bit of a breeze at this point. As you're kind of looking up. In my mind, you're still kind of on the ladder looking around unless you're fully coming up. Yeah, but looking around, you're kind of staying low, looking around. You don't see anything at this point. There's no movement, there's stillness, there's no noise.
Okay, I'll climb up, and then I'm gonna look to continue to follow the footprints.
Okay. At that point, I do want to go back to the dinner, where we got the two 3-foot squad boys out there as
under only.
That's right. Aside from everybody else at the table, but Admir has been going. He's been cutting all the food and such. I kind of just get at a certain point, Anders gets up and kind of just takes up gets his plate, kind of loads up a bunch of meat, the cut meat on it, and goes and just starts handing out to everybody. So, I will ask Cordell and Richter, are you guys gonna take the food?
I'm gonna take the food. I don't really have much reason to be that suspicious.
No problem. Cordell?
Based on everything that's happened so far, I don't trust, the certain aspects, but overall I'm fuck it.
Got you.
I'm real hungry.
Fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
As they're starting to hand stuff out, I'm gonna grab my pack and head to the restroom.
Got you. They start handing out stuff.
Shitters are us,
I think
baby.
seeing you get up at this time, you'll just kind of see him. He'll just set a piece of meat on your plate, just making an assumption. But yeah, so they go through. They start giving out all the food. You guys have the meat there. There's bread. There seems to be an absence of vegetables and such out here, but that isn't too uncommon.
That's what he was saying before, right?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. But yeah, at this point, everybody starts digging in. But please, Cordell, you got your backpack. You're in the restroom.
I'm going to unpack and I'm going to grab a ration. I don't know what it is, what kind of food I have, but I imagine it's.
I know for sure
bread.
You have a lot of bread. I know that for a fact.
Just eating a fucking snack on the toilet.
I think I'll chow down on some bread and what was it, honey? And
Honey, you
jam?
certainly had honey.
Yeah,
and such.
so I'll chow down.
I think you ran out of meat and cheese.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
But yeah, you're able to make yourself a passable sandwich, really, if you want. But yeah, you're just able to. Go to the bathroom and are you going in to sit on the toilet? Or are you just standing in there? Or?
I'll just stand in there.
Gotcha. Okay. So you just post up and have yourself a cheeky little bathroom meal.
Eating up. Yep.
Yeah.
Am I the only
totally
player
understand.
character at the table?
Sorry?
Am I the only player character at the table?
You are right now the only player character at the table.
Very good. Very good.
Yes. You're the only one surrounded by everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And however you feel about that is very individual. But yeah, no, you're eating. Again, you do have the two knights of the Mason who are kind of flanking you. For you, digging in, it is pretty well done food. It's cooked well enough, and it's seasoned well enough. But for the most part, you're hungry and it's food. So it hits the spot every time. I'm gonna you're probably drinking wine and water and such. Or like, are you worried about that?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, you're really just enjoying a solid meal, and kind of I would say, especially as the food's divvied out to everybody, kind of a quietness takes over, as like there's some conversation back and forth and such, but like a group of really pretty hungry people finally got food, and that's the focus now. Even I would say mercifully, Kenny is stopped pouring a glass as he's finished a bottle of wine and went for the next one. He's now taking breaks to drinking and is absolutely destroying a bit of meat, clearly getting ready for a second bit as well. But kind of a quiet room takes over as you can see that there's a bit of Daniel kind of taking and like just kind of pre-cutting some food and such and setting it out for Senric. But the only real conversation is like just every time kind of cuts it, you just hear it's like, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's no problem, sir. And just, thank you. Sir, it's no problem. And that's like the only like conversation being made as he's just kind of just cutting the food up a bit for Senric, or handing it over. I would say age-wise, Senric's probably younger than Galen, but physique and ability-wise, Galen is certainly the more capable of the two.
Yeah.
But I would.
Is he 69?
Just because he said that, no. He's 68 in a day. His birthday's tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
No, but
That's too bad for him.
Raph, I would say at this point, we're in the grips of this kind of panic, and it is now at this point kind of subsided for you.
Yeah, I will be like on the, because I failed, because it's the 4 checks automatic success, but I failed 3, so I say like I'm on the verge of tears. But eventually, I'm like, get your fucking shit together. And I'm like almost like hitting my own leg, like trying to just be like figure it the fuck out. And so eventually, I'm like,
okay. You still have the abjuration armor on.
I do.
Yeah, so you're just kind of hitting, bing, 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 like you're not even making contact with yourself. Yeah,
but I'm like, fuck, God. Okay, and so I finally like get my shit together after like a minute, and then I'll get up and I'll be like, okay, fuck, and now I'm holding the piece of paper in my hand. I look down at it and I'm just thinking briefly for a second, and then I go to put it in my satchel, and then I realize I don't have my satchel, and I don't have my backpack, and I'm like, shit. Okay. So I'm gonna make my way back to the table first.
Okay. No problem. I would say making your way through the hallway and such. Like you seem like kind of like muttering, getting himself through there, but walking slowly down the stairs, kind of reading over something. As he's walking, you see the Baron, kind of making his way finally down the stairs in his way towards dinner, approximately the same time you are. You're kind of reading the stuff over. Kind of, hello there, Raph. Am I good to walk in, or do you need me to not be there?
I'll just gesture. Yeah, fucking whatever.
Well, I suppose I appreciate it. And with that, he opens up the door, but he opens it up wide and steps aside to let you walk in as well.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, and kind of gives you a nod and kind of makes his way in. I would say kind of going unnoticed by the ravenous people here. But at a certain point, making his way to the table, kind of looking at this, he's like, oh... Oh, it's so great to see you, Villanars. Senric, there's just focus the need. It's good to see everybody. And he goes and takes a seat kind of where Cordell, kind of like next to where Cordell is, or would be, but Cordell's absent at this point from the table. Your whip is still in front of the table, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it has been glowing pretty much since everyone's been eating. Glowing. He just sits there, kind of looks at it, and this rolls his eyes a little bit, seeing it, and this kind of reaches over, gets some meat together, and begins just kind of just eating, kind of quietly with Edmure, Daniel, and Senric, kind of on the like little group as everyone's eating. Richter, I would say you are the only one here at the table, aside from Braff, who's kind of come over to get his stuff. Are you just getting your stuff and leaving?
I'm gathering everything. Yes, and I'll just point of order, I did have to unlace my spell book from the attachment into my satchel to even take it with me to go check on Galen. And so I'm gonna actually reaffix it to my satchel in that little like kind of leather kind of binding. And as I do that, I'm just going to kind of gather my couple books and put it back in my bag, and then just kind of to everybody just say, I'm going to run my things actually back to the room. I forgot them the first time, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And I just kind of hastily depart.
That being said, you're gonna get some nods and such. Like, no one really pays so much attention to you as you say that, unless for whatever reason, Richter, you'd like to correct me on that.
Well, I just missed my like all of y'all froze at that moment that you said that, Jared.
Uh-huh.
So could you, what did you say?
I just hastily, I was putting all my stuff, I was getting all my stuff back together. I just said that I forgot to bring my stuff to the room, and so I'm going to grab my things, and I'll be right back. I'm going to put them away.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed you were going to, like, start to, yeah. Anyways,
yeah. Got you, big boy.
I just, like, yeah, I don't think I react any differently.
Got you. By the way, Richter, are you at your hit point maximum now, or are you close to it?
Should I be?
If you're gonna roll your hit die for your
rolled
short rest.
3 out of 5.
Okay. Does that bring you to your max, adding your con modifier to them?
No, I'm at 31 out of 43. Would you
It is whatever you'd like to do. You also have that potion if you'd like. I just know out of everybody, you're the one who took damage.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking the question.
Gallon did too.
Well, he also, I'm assuming, Todd, you rolled your hit die and you're at max.
I'm at 48 out of 52.
Okay, you're as close as you can without wasting another die.
All right, yeah.
Left a little for the wounded flavor.
The wounded flavor. That's my favorite Pringle.
I'm gonna take that. Yeah, wounded Pringles.
Yeah.
Wounded? What does that mean?
Pus flavored.
Oh,
God.
Aw, man, why would you say that?
So much worse than what I was thinking.
Well,
It's Nurgle flavor.
Nurgle?
Nurgle.
Warhammer.
No, it's definitely like blood and bile flavored. I'm thinking
That's
about
what Nurgle
flavor.
is.
So Nurgle flavor.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Nurgle is Warhammer, the god of like pestilence and disease.
Oh, okay.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Thinking of a
Not
stomach
very good.
wound.
Oh.
Not very good.
He said, in fact, very
I'd
bad.
quit.
Grandfather Nurgle loves all his children. But yeah, getting up and heading out, Braff, the door is kind of left partially open for you to actually make your exit.
Okay.
And are you actually returning to the rooms, or?
No, I'll close the doors behind me, and I'll look up at the stairs and to the right to the other hallway, and I will try to discern which way Gallon went.
I would say roll me an insight check here. It's not being crazy high because there was a right and a left, and you would have seen him go that way, but just within the height of your mania, kind of. I want to make sure.
Yeah, I would assume that it took me a second to get control of myself, so I probably wouldn't be able to discern. You said, what was it? Sorry, insight?
Insight, yeah.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. 19.
Yeah, I think with that, you kind of look at the stairs, you kind of look around, but then you do remember he broke right. He would have went the other direction entirely.
Okay. Part of me was hoping I'd fail that, so I would go up the stairs by myself, but not today.
Coming from...
Sorry, broke left, sorry.
Coming from the room, I would have went left.
Yes, he would have went left, that's right.
Wait.
So no, he same direction, I just said right instead of left. He headed further down, he didn't go up those stairs. He continued further into the hallway.
Right, so he crossed in front of the stairs to go to the other hallway, yeah?
No, he just went further down the hallway you were in.
Oh, okay, so I did see him just keep going. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Important distinction when you're in a maze.
Okay, that makes sense. Then okay, cool. Then I'll keep all my bags on me, and I will just pass door number 4 on the left, and I'll keep making my way after Gallon.
You gonna toss anything in the room or just keep it all on you?
Nope, I'm gonna keep it all on me.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna try to be as stealthy as possible.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth for that. As Gallon, you at this point you're popping up to kind of investigate, or?
Yeah. So I popped my head slightly out of the trapdoor, looked in the gatehouse, didn't see anybody. I'm gonna climb up, and then I'm gonna investigate the tracks.
Got you. You pop up. You can see there's kind of muddy footwork and such around here. It seems like there's a lot of the mud is kind of near the actual wheel itself. The wheel where you would have seen the guy earlier, the guy who maybe you wouldn't recognize, but the guy who was serving you guys food just a little bit ago. He was here opening up the gate for you guys on your way back in. And
He was.
You'll see any footprints go a different way?
You see muddy footprints there, kind of standing around it. You can see some footprints kind of making their way further along the wall, kind of further out, and they seem to kind of make their way into the courtyard. There seems like, as the wall continues a little bit further on, there are some stone steps that actually cut down the wall into the courtyard itself, where there is grass, mud, and such in there. So,
Go
I mean, not mud, but certainly...
along the walls, just towers?
There's some towers, yes. Mainly kind of like this, just kind of reinforced kind of wooden barricades and such on the wall. But yeah.
Don't notice anything going that way.
Nothing. The mud seems exceptional to this particular environment where you're at. There doesn't seem to be more mud running along the wall.
I'm gonna go down the stairs to the courtyard.
Yeah. You begin making your way down the courtyard, kind of investigating. I would say Braff, having gone and gotten your stuff, you would have come to a similar decision that Gallon would have been at. And this one, I'm going to say you're probably going to need to do another insight check because you wouldn't have seen this. There's a doorway kind of leading out. There's a doorway kind of leading further into the hall. Which would you like to do?
Okay. First, my stealth was 16.
Okay.
And then so I'm continuing along this left-hand path, and you said there's a door going where? Is it like to my right?
There's two doors. So there's all those doors that were also on your on the side, like with the door 4. There's all those doors, all 7 of them. Then as you make your way further in, there's 2 doors that kind of go, you now know, towards the outside of the keep. They seem to go somewhere through the wall.
Oh. Okay.
But at the very end of the hallway, there's a door that continues into the hallway.
Right.
At this point, I would say, it'd be closed, honestly. So there would be no way to discern, really, unless you had your own way to discern which way Gallon went.
Okay. Shit.
You can do insight if you like here, because that's probably the best tool you have in your arsenal for it, unless you have...
Now I'm going to do insight, and that'll be... 9.
I think looking at these 2 doors, there's really is no way to tell which way you went. You're looking at 2 doors.
Okay.
And he also did it in such a way, he was not waiting for you. He was doing his own thing.
Yeah, I was too busy having a fucking panic attack. I'll like swear.
I should have done that. Couldn't be me.
I'm gonna contemplate for a second. Come back to Braff.
No problem. Gallon, you were making your way down to the courtyard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you make your way down the muddy footprints into the courtyard itself. And yeah, are you wanting to just continue scoping it out? What are you trying to get from this? Where are you trying to...
Where did bastard come from?
Go ahead and roll me survival tracking check.
Okay.
I will say you're not doing this advantage.
Gotcha.
You're tracking feet.
Fuck yeah, 19.
46.
I think I remember this shit. 23 survival.
23. You see the feet kind of go into the courtyard and run like kind of past the well, and you're able to track it. There, people walk through. You can see like these feet are very different how they traveled with everybody else. You can see kind of where your group kind of cut through the courtyard, went through the main lawn and such. The faint amount of grass that is growing isn't like very prominent. So your footsteps kind of intersect this, but you can see where the feet continue going. They go and make their way into a door on the completely opposite side of the keep, a door that goes into those walls. But I will say this, on a 19, you're seeing muddy footprints come from muddy grass. Makes sense. Then you see the footsteps continuing through the mud backwards, so you're tracing where the feet came from. When they leave the mud, you see even muddier footprints continue off into the coming from a door. Wherever the mud came from, it wasn't from this lawn, or at least not at this time.
Wasn't from the courtyard?
No, though, because the muddy footprints continue on as you're tracking it backwards.
They lead to the wall.
It leads to a door in the wall.
What's attached to the wall? Just towers? Not like a building's attached to the wall, right?
Towers, but you just came from a hallway that was presumably inside one of these walls.
I'm gonna go through that door.
You pop it open. Looking inside, you see a very identical looking structure to you. You see, again, all these kind of pipes running along. Such.
Should I roll stealth or do I use the last roll?
I would say entering this new environment, reroll stealth.
Lean. 6.
Yeah, you enter a room that feels relatively safe, and you're kind of just on the hunt. I will ask you to roll a survival check here as well, though. Kind of continue tracking this.
16.
You see the muddy footprints continue along, and they kind of cut back a little bit into the hall. Like you see where you walk in through, seems to be something kind of identical. There's a kind of a reinforced door to one side away from you, seeming identical in that same U structure where you just came from. It's the if you came from the end of the U, which brought you into this kind of gatehouse, that similar door would be kind of off to one side. Just it seems like it's symmetrical in some way.
But I'm in the wall.
You are definitely in the wall. You walk through a door that led into the wall, which has like a hall and such.
Do I feel at peace?
Do you feel at peace?
Oh, the music.
I would say no. The music's still going. It's just doing
No, yeah, it's pretty blissful.
Can I roll insight as to where this would lead if I'm in the wall and there's a door in the wall? And it didn't seem like there was any buildings attached to the wall.
I would say you're not seeing a bunch of buildings inside the wall, but also by the nature of the wall, it's hard to discern how much exists inside it, how much belongs in it. You can't tell how much of the keep is connected to and of the wall.
But, so standing on top of the wall when I exited the trap door, could I discern how thick it was?
Yeah, you could, dude. It was probably like 20 feet thick. These walls are primarily made as like reinforced hallways. They have structures inside.
They call him the wall investigator.
20 feet thick. But it still didn't seem like it'd be thick enough to like have rooms inside of it.
The rooms are part of the keep. The wall continued and tied into the keep, but then also in the wall continued along, you know.
Okay, so inside the wall, am I able to track the footsteps?
Yeah, so you rolled a 16 on that. So you're able to track it in the hall a bit, and it continues on for maybe like 5 or 6 feet into the hall, kind of getting close to one of those outside walls, and then seems to fully disappear. There's kind of an arrangement of footsteps kind of messily around, like someone was pacing or something right there, but that's where it fully ends. There is no more mud around, surrounding, or anything else around that side.
Nice.
Braf.
So, okay,
Which way are you going?
I'm going back.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to the room. I'm just going to drop my pack. I'm going to switch over some of my potions into my satchel. I'm going to just organize. I'm going to basically take all my important things. I just moved my the deed to the state into the satchel, my 2 healing potions, my 1 potion of mana. Leave all my other bullshit in my backpack. I'm gonna set the backpack down next to Gallon's stuff in the room, and then not want to fucking go the wrong way without him. I'm just going to make my way back into the main room, the main chamber. Though I will hesitate before I go through those double doors and look up to the stairs.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me perception.
I think I just rolled a d12. I did.
Got a natural 12. That's cool, man.
Oh, dude, fuck you, die, eat my ass. Natural.
Was the d12 better than the d20?
The d12 was an 11. The d20 was a 1.
Hey.
Gotta love it. You look up there. The only thing really prominent you could see looking that direction is there. You can see a window actually coming through. There is like an actual, in some way, actually some glasswork there, kind of at the very top of those stairs, pretty small considering the size of the keep. But maybe like a 5 foot by 5 foot, just like almost a perfect square, just kind of outcrop, very much set into the rock. Best you could figure, it in some way it was incorporated when the walls are being made. But that's about all you really are able to see. Is just kind of look off from there, as you're just seeing a lot less color in the sky.
Okay.
The sky's a lot darker.
I'm gonna think back to what I said to Cordal and just kind of sigh. Gotta leave Galen's own devices, and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to link up with Cordal.
Gotcha. Cordal, you are in the shitter eating your food.
This man's chewing. But yeah, I'll go take my seat again at the table. Just take my satchel and leave it off to the side. My spell book, though, will be out, still attached to the satchel, but will be on my lap. But then I will be back at the table.
Got you. But Cordell, you are in the bathroom. You're eating your food. Are you just throwing it back, just like so you're not suspicious, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to eat fast, but I'm not trying to get out fast. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say I would say there's nothing you need to do. There's no roll you need to make. You just eat your food till you feel about as satisfied as you can be eating that food. But then you're in there still. What would you like to be doing? Excuse me, at this time.
When I go to the restroom, what is it, like a dead end? Or is there a hallway? No. When I enter, is it a door connected straight to the dining room? Okay.
Yes. But again, there is also another door on the other side.
I would like to investigate the door on the other side. I'll go try to open it.
You go ahead and pop open the door on the other side and find yourself in a strange hallway. There seems to be all these different, like, weird piping, like stone structures kind of coming up and out of the hall. You're looking kind of across, and you're seeing like kind of where you're at. There's like there's kind of like this barred door in front of you. This kind of reinforced door similar to the kind of drawbridge from the main keep. Braziers are lighting the way along this hall.
I'll start walking down.
All right. Well, when you pop your way in, I will say, looking off to your, as you walk in, looking off to the actual like right side of you, you're able to see kind of going down. There is kind of a door that just stops. Another barred door set is over there. One still leading off to that one side, one leading off further in the hallway, and turning the other way. This hallway kind of goes and just curves a little bit off. So I'll say directionally, one I would say one kind of goes towards the courtyard. That's where you have the door. One kind of goes further into the keep, and that's just kind of the hallway curving.
So there's two doors or a continued curving hallway.
I will say if you step out and look along, there's also a series of doors along this side of you. You seem to be coming out of the last door in the set, and there's all these doors along the side of you as well.
That's a lot of options.
There is a lot of options.
Just run.
I'm thinking about it.
There's running music playing, Corey.
So to the right, there's a door towards the courtyard. Is that correct?
It's in that direction, yes.
Okay. And then forward, there's a door just heading further into the keep.
There's a door heading further in, the best you can figure. I would say that door presumably would lead outside wherever it would be, maybe towards the wall or something, or maybe a door that gives you access to like a balcony or something. But the hallway that kind of curves in along, that heads further in, kind of the direction that the hallway, like the main Great Hall goes. This corridor would kind of head that direction, kind of curves a bit. But go ahead.
I want to take a peek out the door that could potentially go outside.
Sure. I would say walking up there, kind of just like get a handle on it, and kind of open up and peek out, and you're on this very small, I'd say, balcony that seems more natural than magically placed, if that makes any sense. Instead of it being like this smooth, watery rock and such, it seems like almost like there is like a natural dig out of the rock you're standing in. There's like a balcony and such, but it's all jagged, like mangled rock. But as you kind of step out here, you can kind of look down. You're looking way down into the actual lands below, you're seeing the big old clearing, you're seeing the mire, you're seeing a very dark sky, as you're seeing almost no evidence of the actual sun set anymore. You're seeing a collection of stars in the sky. It's still a bit bright, presumably somewhere behind the keep, but you can see evidence of the moon illuminating the environment around you, as you're kind of in the last bit of day, as night has come.
Relative to the remainder of like the keep, do I see a lot of windows or anything that could see?
Give me a perception check.
Towards me. Yes. Oh. Perception. 4.
You look up along the structure. For one, the moon's behind you, behind the structure you're looking at,
yeah.
And it's creating an eclipse effect. So you're looking at a black monolith of stone. There doesn't seem to be anything to indicate windows that you're able to see right here. Like you see like further along on another area, like the stonework kind of going up and obscuring more of your view. You're seeing like kind of where the walls curve. You're seeing that the keep gets higher up, but you can't see windows from here. It's too dark to determine what's a window and what's a wall.
I want to then. How large is this balcony?
What dimension do you need? I can answer very general.
The balcony, just like
Sorry?
how far out does the balcony go?
Oh, walking out, it maybe goes 5 feet and it extends maybe 10 feet. It's a very small balcony.
That is perfect. And if I were to estimate about how far away I am from the dinner table, about how far would I estimate?
The dinner table, I would say, give me just a raw. I'd say for survival check. I was going to say intelligence, but I think survival would suffice. Just trying to space out the footing with this kind of imperfect measurement.
Wonderful. 6.
It's anywhere, like, you're outside of the whip radius by a lot.
Yeah.
But it's probably well over 100 or maybe like 50 feet or maybe like 200. Like, you don't really know. It's your distance. The bathroom was far away, then there's a hallway, now you're on a balcony. I mean,
I'm going to attempt to use Shadow Recall. That's a 100-foot radius.
Braff.
Fly my whip.
You guys are sat down to eat. Braff, do you see there's a bit of meat set out in front of you, like just right there at your plate? Are you interacting with it in any way?
No.
Yeah. Well, Richter, you're out there eating, having a good time. Everyone's kind of talking, chilling. Like at this point, the Baron is kind of having kind of a quieter conversation, but a conversation with Cedric. They're kind of talking back and forth just about the day, and Cedric just keeps going like, "So, what was the thing out there? Like, what was the?" It's like, Cedric, now it's not the time. I was like, what? "You said it was like a blood puddle." Like, Cedric, we don't need a. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen anything that crazy these days, you know? Like, we saw some craziness out there. I'm trying to see what craziness you saw out there, you know? And then there's a blast of smoke from the table in front of you guys, as only, like, Braff was almost directly in front of you. The whip was laying on the table. Just everybody kind of saw it and was aware of it at this point, and it's kind of whiffs into smoke and fucking disappears.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to fucking just yeet my fucking plate off the table.
Give me a performance check with disadvantage.
That's what I planned. Calculated.
Oh shit, and just fucking yeet my fucking plate and then, make it seem like it's not weird.
I understand what you're doing, but it is absolutely with disadvantage.
Can I roll to make my plate also fall with his?
Buddy, how?
In the bathroom?
I'm rolling a luck roll.
You said performance?
I got 17.
A 2 to 1. 2 minus 1 to 1.
An unnatural 1.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah. Right now there's talk. It's like, I haven't seen anything. Smoke happens, then Breath just Like smoke happens, everybody's quiet. He throws his plate. It fucking hits. It's just like clattering around as just a plate kind of. And everybody, Sandrick even kind of just looks over at him and is like, "Okay."
That's fucking crazy. Is all I say.
Man, that's crazy.
Wait, does the whip bamfing show me a general direction as to where it goes?
It aspirates. It disappears fully. It does
It
not have a
doesn't
direction. It flicks away. And for you, Cordell, it's kind of you go to recall the whip, and it just aspirates into your hand. It just kind of like the smoke that disappeared reappears in your hand. There isn't like a wisping anything. It just appears in your hand.
I'm gonna think to myself, nice.
To follow up, I'm just gonna look at everyone, say after I say that's fucking crazy, and then say I got a shit, and then I'm gonna walk to the bathroom.
Center's just I remember when I had those problems. You remember last year when I had that? And then just Danny was like, "Sir, I don't think we should talk about that." Well, I was throwing shit into. But yeah, nobody says or really looks at you, Raph, as you get up and make your way over.
This is so fucking wild.
Richter, you're present for all this as well, just eating your food. I would say you are having the most normal dinner surrounded by 3 lunatics in your relative party.
I did drink my my potion.
Okay, so you're
I'm up at 38 out of 43.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, you just like as a shot. If I happen to make eye contact with Edmure, then I'll be like hold it up and like cheers him across the wherever, you know.
Yeah, he was kind of sitting actually not far from you now, still on the same side of the table. As he went and helped Senric sit down and everything. But yeah, I think he does clock you drinking that. And he kind of leans over. He takes time himself to kind of lean over. He's like, "Are you I just see Jared dying laughing. Are you feeling any better now? Like those things really helped me. I had a bad fall once, and that was like the only reason I got home. So
you know, it's oh shit. It's pretty remarkable what you know how much of a difference it really made.
He's like leaning, like looking at you, like as you're talking, but he is like making eye contact, watching Braff walk around the table to go around and head back to the shitter, as like everyone's just like kind of just looking at the man who just loudly threw a plate that announced he had a shit.
Yeah. Wait,
I thought the shitter was on the same side as us. Is it not?
No, it was on the same side as them. You have to walk around the fucking table to get over there.
God damn.
All right, cool.
So after Braff leaves, I like see him looking. I'm like, what do you suppose that was all about?
And at this point, like kind of because you're talking kind of around him, but Cyrus kind of just goes like, I mean, everyone's nervous. Personally, if I get nervous, I really can't shit. But
he just saw. So we just encountered two ginormous blood monsters, and then
3 technically.
There was
I guess, but yeah,
a little poof, and he loses his shit. I mean, loses it. Kind
of at the end of the table, Kenny kind of just like mouth full of mutton, kind of like trying to drink through it. It's like, there's one time, me and Dillard, we were out there having a hunt. I had to run over and shit to it. He was there for me.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Like there's like an awkward like.
Kenny, I'm sorry about Dillard. Do what? I mean, he seems to be on your mind.
Well, yeah, but he's on all of our minds, right? I mean, shit, he just died.
He is, certainly.
Like the Edmure kind of brief conversation with somebody, and Edmure kind of gets up from his brief conversation with Cedric, I should say, and he kind of gets up and says, "I'm gonna probably take my leave with Kenny here. Make sure he gets some sleep. I'll be back, but I'll get him rested up.
All right, that sounds good.
He goes around the horn of the table himself to kind of help Kenny up, but Kenny doesn't really seem to fight him in any way. Just kind of like gets up, like he goes to he gets his halberd and like kind of tries to stop him for a minute, but then just Kenny's like using it to kind of lean on, kind of like stumbling around a bit, and so just like with one arm. Now at this point, Edmure's leading his last remaining sentry off, kind of taking care of him at least a little bit. Walks off out the main hall. On his way out, he does get directions from Daniel on where to go and where to find a room. But I'll say real quick, Gallon, as you're in this kind of situation where you're at, again, the mud prints kind of stop here. What is it you would like to look for?
Any doors nearby?
Hmm?
There are doors nearby?
I would say there's doors, but they're more than 20 feet away from where you're.
The weird, like the mud pacing is just kind of in the middle?
It's off to the outer wall.
And then it stops. Magically.
Then it stops? Magically?
Yeah, like it doesn't stop. If you think about it in reverse, it starts there.
Or it's there just randomly. And then past it, there's nothing?
You trace these footsteps in reverse up to this point, and this is where you have any information. This is where the trail ends, however it does. But however you'd like to inquire further, however you'd like to look into this. Whatever check you'd like to try to make to look into this.
Roll perception to see if anything's like out of place.
Absolutely. And you have advantage on it.
Oh, wait, that's because it's potion. Never mind.
12.
12. With a 12, you're kind of looking through, you're seeing the mud. There's the braziers kind of illuminating some of the walls and such around. The mud it's dark mud for one. It's like a very, I'd say it probably draws your eye a little bit because you're in the red mire. There's a heavy clay content. The mud, the sediment, everything's kind of red. This seems like a very dark, earthy brown that you're seeing. That does confuse and look a little bit out of place, but it also looks out of place here in its environment. On the kind of the black stone, you're seeing the dark brown. It does stand a little bit out of place. Enough that I would say you're able to look up and you can see there's evidence of mud kind of on the outer wall too. Kind of running up and tracing your eyes up at the outer wall that also inhabits these series of kind of organ pipes.
There's mud on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Kind of trailing up the wall. They're not like splattered, but kind of like a loose trail coming down. As there's a man talking again, so now we gotta skip it.
Oh shit, dude! This man's talking to me through the organ.
Let me just chill. Damn it. Sorry. Go ahead, Todd. What was that?
Can I go? I'm gonna proceed along and try the first door that's on the wall.
1 minute here as I am messing with the music again, which is my favorite part.
Yeah, she's loud.
Okay. But yeah, you like to check out one of the doors. Yeah, absolutely. Go up, check the door. There is there's kind of a barred door. Same thing with the barred iron and such, kind of leading out. There's other kind of similar door to where your room's, just in a different hallway. Which of these kind of doors, they're about the same distance away. Would you like to inquire?
The iron one.
Yeah, you're able to go open it up and look in. You come to a slightly different environment than what Cordell was in. You don't open up and see a balcony. It's still very loose. It seems like there's more of an indent in the stone than there is stone built up. Well, there's kind of jagged stonework there. But there's also a stairway kind of making its way up onto the wall. Where you're at, because of how you wrapped around. You're kind of looking up at a sheer kind of face in the wall. You can see kind of a wooden stonework on that face away from you. There's a chasm between you. And I think looking at this, you're realizing you're looking at this kind of back stairway with a switchback that you guys walked up.
Okay.
But with this kind of inclusion of the crevice, the sheer wall in front of you, the stair here is not a defensive error. It's just taking use of the natural environment. This stairway could also exist on the outside of this wall.
This would lead up to the battlement?
Yep, lead up to the battlement. But I'd say looking at the crevice, it's not in front of you. It's kind of off a ways to the left.
I'll make my way up to the battlement.
Yeah, you make your way up. You kind of walk up this situation. You as you walk up, you can see there's kind of an entrance kind of going along the top of this wall before it goes into the actual keep. You can see whatever's on the second floor of the keep. There's a door into it, but also behind you there's the much smaller gatehouse where the two gentlemen let you guys in earlier, very beginning of your trip here.
There's a door that leads into the gatehouse.
It's open. There's a door that leads into the keep. The gatehouse itself is open. Not like there's a door, but it's open. There's not an actual closed off space.
Can I roll perception to see if I see anybody in there?
Sure.
One.
You look into the gatehouse. I would say you look around. I will give you this. You look around the whole yard. You can see over the courthouse. Off somewhere behind walls and shit, Braff made his way back inside. Cordell is somewhat outside, but you cannot see him anywhere near here. And but looking around on a 21, you see no signs of life. You see no signs of anything. You can hear faint rustling and such in the trees around you. Like way off in the distance, there's some activity, but there's no one here.
I make my way to that door that leads to the second floor of the keep. I guess, can I roll investigate survival to see if I see footprints?
Sure.
Uh, 9.
I would say no. You definitely do not see any footprints here. The mud was quite prominent, and it stopped there. Now looking around in this environment, you're not really seeing an existence of any footprints. You're seeing some ambient kind of dust and kind of dirt on the walls where traffic has existed, but you're not seeing anything discernible as footprint.
I will make my way to that door to the keep.
Sure. It is a barred door like the ones you were interacting with, but this time you're doing it from the outside.
Is it locked?
It is definitely locked, yes. This is just a locked door from the outside. At the very top of the battlements going into the keep, there is a similar, just with barred iron, just heavy wood. It is a locked door. Breeze is going on there, okay.
I guess I'm gonna make my way. So coming out of the keep, went down to the courtyard. I'd be kind of opposite of where I was.
Yes, about.
I'm gonna make my way along the battlements.
It's gonna do a lap.
Towers. Yeah.
Okay. Braff, you made your way to the shitter.
Yes, elegantly, of course. No one has suspected a thing.
I think you got off scotch-free.
Yeah, I think that Kenny made it weird after I made it weird, so I think I'm good. I make my way in there, and I will say, and I'll just kind of like in like a hushed kind of hushed yell. I'll be like, Cordell, Cordell, and I'll just kind of yell.
Can you make me a perception check, Cordell?
Oh,
because he is somewhat close.
17.
Yeah, I would say you hear him. For sure. You do hear the faint, there's like, Cordell! Because he is just through the door, into the hallway, into the balcony. Like, he is not that, like, maybe 30 feet from you.
Okay. But I'm like,
Do I see a lock on the door?
That you just exited?
In the balcony, correct? Yeah.
Yes. It's more of like a latch. It's not like a lock. It's just like when the door's closed, you would latch it shut. So there is a lock from the outside in. Like you can't. If it was closed, you just what Todd just met with or Gallon just met with. If the door's closed and latched, you can't make your way in.
So it'd be the.
I will open the door.
You can lock it from the inside, right?
Yes, you can lock it from the inside. It's not a complicated mechanism. It's more of just like, is this latch closed or not? So yeah, the door was not latched because you could not latch it on yourself.
Leading from the bathroom is what you're saying.
He's on the balcony outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no reinforced doors in the shitter. We're not worried. They aren't worried about that in the siege, I guess.
Okay.
They should be, but they're not. But no, you open the door, and I think the door was opened into the hallway. It stayed open. So as he opens this door, you can see out into the night. You see Cordell just out on a balcony.
I'll kind of rush over.
I will say at this point, a very non-luminescent whip.
Yes, right. I'll kind of rush over to him, and then I'll kind of gently close the door that connects the bathroom to the hallway. I'll close it behind me as I meet up with him, and I'll just be like, "Oh, what are you doing? Why are you outside?"
Just looking around.
Okay, well, I mean, I was in the main room, and you summoned your whip back to you, and so everyone saw that shit. What, you just looking around? Do you have any leads? Do you have Gallon? I met up with Gallon to make sure he was good, and he was meditating or whatever. He said I interrupted something of his, but anyway, he said he was going hunting, and then he said he said he was going hunting, and that if he dies, to leave. I tried to follow him.
Up.
I tried to follow. Back up where?
Gallon. He's hunting.
Yes. So when I went to the room and I met up with him, he said he was going hunting. He was doing a meditation of some sort. He looked all fucked up, like he had his veins on his neck. I don't know. He's doing weird ritualistic shit. But he was saying he was going hunting. He said don't be a fool, and if he dies, to just flee. And I tried to follow him, but things were going on. Anyway, I tried to follow him. I couldn't find him. And so I figured I'd meet up with you at the table, but you were not at the table, and it's just getting fucking weird. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was maybe just gonna crash out here.
Okay.
But because you told me wait till after dinner, so I was gonna wait after dinner, just like you said. But sounds like that's not the plan. Gallon's hunting?
I don't know. Gallon is
hunting. Like, is he going on the hunt or like hunting? Like
he's mysterious. I don't know. He had his eyes were all dark. His neck, like the veins on his neck, were all bulged out. He was all edgy. I don't know. But the thing is, I came out here because I was hoping to catch you at the table. I think we should just go back in there, finish fucking dinner, and then we do this shit. I think you're being a little bit preemptive. I think it's just weird. And I gesture out to like kind of towards the field direction. We already had the altercation with the Baron.
What? And I feel if he's hunting, why didn't we hunt before? Like we had the opportunity. Now we're back in the keep. Now it's nighttime. What are we doing?
Man, I grab him. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what's going on. I think I feel bad for Richter and his Mason fucking friends. They're at the table. I don't know what's going on. I think we should at least get to dinner.
I don't care about them. You said you looked at me. You looked at me across the dinner table, yes. And then you looked at the servant. Why?
Because the servant was making your whip glow. The servant is. Wait, hold on. Let me see your whip. Let me identify your whip. Let me, if you don't mind, we were talking about earlier.
I'm just going to grab the whip's in my hand. I summoned it, so I just hand it over.
I closed the door to the balcony, and I'm going to ritually cast Identify.
All right. So you begin the casting on this, and taking your time with that. Ritually casting will take 10 minutes, right?
It will take 10 minutes.
Technically 11.
I looked at Cordell as I'm kind of like kneeled down with my book. Do you think we have 10 minutes, or should I just do this immediately?
I hit the latch. I think we're good.
Again, you cannot close the latch on the outside.
It's the inside.
Oh,
yeah, the inside
on the outside.
Yes, we're on
Yes,
the outside.
the balcony would be outside.
Yeah. I don't.
I thought you guys were in the shitter.
We
They left the shitter briefly, or to the balcony.
this and okay. This is why I'm getting pissed off, because I feel like we should, if we get through dinner, we at least have this some sort of cordial, some interaction with it. Maybe we can glean anything additional. You know, we learned a little bit more, noticing that that the servant was potentially undead too. But I think that if we're all just running around, it looks fucking weird, and I think it's only.
We look weird, like real weird.
Yes, I think we should go back to
But
dinner.
like, we're already weird. What are we gonna do now?
Yes.
Victor's, at this point, you're just having dinner, and Senric just kind of goes, "Those guys are pretty fucking weird, huh?"
Definitely. You know, I've met a fair number of folks in my life, but I'll say this has been one of the more eventful just couple of hours, honestly, that I've ever experienced. Very characterful people, crazy stuff going on. I'm glad to have a break.
Well, y'all find a room, do what you gotta do
right.
there.
It's about time I find a room.
And with that, like, Daniel kind of gets up, is like, "I think, sir, we should." Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn in myself, gentlemen, but
I'm going to turn up and then turn in.
you remind me of a little bit of myself back in the. I didn't do shit. Never mind. But
You're all right, by
I'm
the way.
gonna go. Hmm.
Are you doing all right, by the way? Your cough seems to be.
Oh, it was getting better. Then I had some meat and wine, so. Yeah. But I'm gonna head to bed myself.
You think you're gonna
I'll
make
see
it?
y'all in the morning.
All right.
I've been coughing for about 68 and 359 days. I don't remember how many days are in your years, Jared.
336, I want to say.
Oh, Jesus. How would I? Okay. 335 days and 68 years. So I've been coughing. So I think I'll manage one more night.
Tomorrow is your birthday.
Yeah, I guess it's my birthday. Big 69.
Huge 69.
Well, if it's mine, it's big.
All right,
no,
well,
I'm gonna turn in.
sleep well.
Thank you. And he kind of turns in, and the Baron kind of gives him a nod as they make their way out through the double doors. Daniel kind of supporting him a little bit, make their way out. But I will say,
This
go ahead.
music.
I mean, it's just going way too hard. Like the playlist options on Spotify will either have 10 good songs, and then talking for no fucking reason.
Yeah, why do y'all do that?
I don't know. It's ambient. Does ambient mean something to some people? Okay.
Yeah, I guess we're in a restaurant now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is like a playlist thing, not a bot thing.
I believe it's a playlist thing. That's the problem, because it could be the bots.
Yeah,
because I know bots have been
behaving like Pandora. Like back in the early days of Pandora, I would like build a playlist, and then it would play like a good number of the songs that I wanted.
And then play some random shit.
Yeah, just all of a sudden it would start like as soon as I was like, oh cool, I think it's gonna actually finish this one. Nope, it's gonna play some weird random talking.
Yep, I've had Pandora OG days. Yeah, shit was weird.
Corey, how is it so light at your house?
was
Oh
kinda
wait, never
wondering
mind.
I think mostly the sun.
Yeah, but
that's fair. That's a fair point.
like the sun is gone. That's why I'm like what time zone are you in?
Just a few minutes away from you.
Where are you located?
What the heck?
Frozen and southern hemisphere.
It is almost fully dark outside.
It looks a lot brighter on camera. I don't know why.
I will say it's pretty dark over here too, gentlemen.
It should look darker. Can't
But
lie.
I will
very
return really
uneasy.
quick to Graf and Cordell.
10 minutes? We do not have 10 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. I say we go back to dinner. I say, dude, I don't think there'll be a dinner very much longer. We've been fucking around for like an hour. I feel like we should go back. I also feel bad.
Is it going good out there?
I went to talk to Gallon, and then some shit went down in my own fucking. I have some fucking shit. I dealt with some shit. Gallon left. I have no idea. Honestly, as I was going back to grab my things, to then go follow after Gallon, that's when the Baron showed up. Like, he's only been in there probably for like 10, I don't know, like only a handful of minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 15. I think we should go out there. I think we should not abandon, because I think Edmure I don't trust. Obviously, he I mean, because it's his cousin, you know. I feel Richter and the Masons. I think that, I mean, I overheard you saying you wanted to bunk up with them. I think we should get through dinner, and then we should. I don't know what the fuck Gallon's doing. He's like 900 years old. He's doing whatever the fuck he wants. He's crotchety. For all we know, he could solve our problem or he could die. Obviously, I'm freaking the fuck out. Okay. So I think we should go back in there. Let's just finish this, and then we can. We're all together, and we're not doing all this sneaking, and we're not being weird. We should then formulate a plan, and then we can investigate together.
I mean, who else are we gonna include in this? I only trust you and kinda Gallon.
Okay, but at the very least, we should at least not let Richter die, because who knows? That shit they could die in there. I don't know. Maybe he's like gonna invite him to his quarters and then kill him.
Gallon's hunting right now. I don't know if we have time to wait.
Well, holy shit, hold on. Well, what if we go in there and really stall? Maybe Gallon's investigating. I don't know why he said hunting. He's being weird. But I think maybe he's investigating. Maybe we go in there and we stall the Baron because I mean everyone's in the room in the dining hall. Maybe we go in there, we talk to him for a bit, give Gallon some time, and then maybe we meet up. But I think anything is better than what we're doing right now, which is being fucking weird. And obviously we had the instance out in the field. And so things are on edge. I think we go in there. We don't have to eat anything. I fucking chucked my plate like an idiot across the table. I look like a dumbass, but whatever. It was neither here nor there. It was right after you pulled your whip back. I don't know. The first thing that came to my mind. But let's go back in there and let's see if we can figure this out, man. I'm freaking out, but I agree. You and Gallon is all I trust. And Gallon, I tried to follow him, but he left, and I'm not going through this whack ass keep. Also, whack is now a normal word in our fantasy realm. Yeah. I'm not going around this sketchy ass place by myself. So I say we at least stick it out.
Gallon's hunting. All the targets are in the dining room, right? Like, what else would he be hunting?
I don't know, and
so he's just gonna end up here.
And that's another reason why I wanted to find him, because the Baron was walking in because he doubled back somewhere else, and the Baron was going to the hall when I was going, and so I was gonna at least try to catch up and tell him, hey, the Baron's in the fucking hall. If that's who he was hunting, but now I don't know. So,
is the keep made out of the dining room? Is it like wood or is it mostly stone?
Most every structure in the keep is stone walls. It's variable if it's stone or wood, but it is a stone floor in there as well.
I'm gonna turn it into an oven, maybe.
You say
possibly.
That? You say that to me?
No.
Oh,
actually, I am mistaken. I believe it is. Yeah, it was wood in there. It was wood in there. When you get into the walls and such, is when you have a little more stone floors. It's a wooden floor with beams and such. But
listen, Gallon's hunting. And we have them all in the dining room. What if we lock the doors and burn it down?
What about Richter?
We'll fill him in.
Okay, we have to go back in there to fill him in.
But do you want to do this? And like we start the fire and then like, hey, it's burning. Let's all go outside and knock the door on the way out.
Oh my god. Oh. Cordell, let's go back. Let's go back in there. We can figure something out. Come on, let's go.
But wait, what are we just gonna hold him for a while? Are we just stalling? What are we doing?
I don't know. Maybe he goes to fucking sleep. But regardless,
are we trying to keep him here? Or are we just trying to like make it through the night?
That's another thing. Maybe at the very least, we can all meet up and we can all.
Gallon, can you make me a perception check, as you would have walked around the wall by now and not be far from this conversation?
Dude, I feel like this is like the Stanford prison experiment. Connor has
Yeah, 13.
It literally is. For some, Braff, this is not. This is it. This is old. Yeah.
Yeah. I will say for you, you have a advantage, by the way, still.
Yeah, I rolled advantage. I rolled 6 and a 9.
You've been
6 and
walking
9,
around the walls. You've been hearing activity in the woods. You've been hearing like things moving. There's a weird amount of birds still active at this time, which I think is drawing the lion's share of your attention. You're really just focusing in on that. And then you start hearing talking. You hear conversation. And very quickly you realize it's coming from below, and you're able to kind of peek over the wall and see down there on a balcony is your grandnephew and kind of your compatriot talking about locking everybody in locking everybody in the hall inside and setting it on fire. You're picking up the end of that conversation as they're kind of debating about the plan right now. But you do kind of peek over, just like
I hear them say
them.
we're gonna lock him in.
You hear Cordell say that, and you hear opposition from Braff.
Yeah. He hears the conversation.
Yeah.
I kind of look. I kind of shake my head. I'll say crude, but effective.
No fuck. And I look back.
I whisper it to myself.
Oh.
Oh, never mind.
I was
Just peeking over.
Anyway, from where I am, is there a door back into the keep?
Similar to the one you walked
would not
around.
say
So just so you know, you walked through several towers. Most of them are wood. There was like one kind of stone, a built-up tower off to one side, kind of inhabited. Part of it looks like it was kind of built up to be kind of like a bit of a storage facility type, like blacksmithy. But nothing's been put inside there. You just kind of walk through and kind of see the inside. But as you walk along through.
Would that be the Mason Tower?
No, you would then walk along through, and you'd be passing the Mason Tower, just past the Mason Tower as you would hear this. The Mason Tower, as you come up to it, there seems to be 2 sets of stairs. One set of stairs coming from inside the wall coming up. One set of stairs on the top of the wall coming up. The 2 separate levels of it. The Mason Tower from here, you can tell, is solely suspended above the earth. It is not connected. The bottom of the tower isn't touching anything. It is just hung up there off the 2 stairs. Corey, I apologize to your eyes on your behalf.
I accidentally hit Chrome. That was bright.
Yeah, I saw you just flashbang. Yeah, but it seems to be like maybe 3 stories tall, kind of a smaller structure. There is some form of like parapet along the top of it, so there seems to be some way to get to the very roof of it. But it is a relatively small, maybe like 20 feet along its dimensions tower. But yeah, you see it. There's a locked door braced like the ones you've been seeing. And then along the wall into the keep.
I don't see no storage, no nothing.
You don't really see much in the ways of storage, but also you're not in the keep itself. You're not in the actual keep here. Inside the walls of like the keep, you're not in the keep proper.
But still,
you'd
have something inside the towers. I don't notice anything.
It is bare. There's nothing there's no like buckets for like arrows. There's no like there might be like spots for torches to be, but these are like very empty. I would say bordering on unlived and uninhabited spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Like the vibe you're getting is new construction left abandoned.
Do we hear his footsteps?
Yeah, I would say make a stealth check, please. Thank you.
18.
Okay. With your passive perception, having this conversation, I would say no. Like he's walking, he's being very mindful of his environment, whereas you guys are kind of shouting at each other a little bit.
It's like hush shouting, where it's like, oh, what? It's like we're trying to be quiet, but it's like
you start off being quiet, but as you keep going, it becomes somewhat loud.
Yeah.
But Gallant, are you doing anything with this hearing this, or you just?
No, I would approach the keep. I'm gonna approach the keep. Well, I guess I'll take note that they're not in the main, the main area.
And then it might be on fire soon.
Yes.
Hey, a word.
So I approach the keep, and it's another of the iron doors.
Another door. I would say this one is actually cocked open a little bit, though. This one is not properly latched.
And I'm on the opposite side of where I was.
Yes. So you are now back on the side you originally walked out of. You're now back on the side that had the main gate, that side that where you started tracing the footprints. You're just now above it.
But when I exited the trapdoor, I didn't notice like a door that was ajar.
Oh, it was just behind you. It was just a different direction than where you were.
Okay.
Your investigation took you.
I approached the door.
Yeah, you approach the door. You can open it up if you like. It's just not latched, you know.
It's
Similar setup to everything else.
But you didn't say it was open. You said it wasn't latched.
It was straight up ajar. It was straight up just cocked a little bit, but it wasn't latched like everything else.
Okay, I rolled stealth.
Well, I mean, you just rolled stealth. You got an 18, so there's no reason.
Okay, so I'm gonna open the door.
You just did that, yeah. You open it up. Again, there's more of a wooden floor here as you're now on the second level. You can see there's like you're opening into like a wider area. You're not opening up into like a hallway necessarily. You're opening up into like a big chamber, like atrium along the side. Opening it up here, the braziers are not lit in this area. It's quite dark, but there seems to be actually an array of windows kind of going along every 20 or so feet. Large cutouts. You're probably like a foot wide, going up maybe like 10 feet, kind of coming up to little peaks just in the stone. This is quite a large room you walk into, but it's quite hard to distinguish everything in here as it is a dark environment. I would say you are looking at a collection of still more wooden furniture. You're still seeing seems to be some things like empty shelving and such, bookshelves, things like that. But that you're in just a kind of an unrecognizable environment. Like as far as there, you cannot distinctly tell what the purpose of the space is.
Does dark vision have a disadvantage in like direct light or no?
It does not. No.
So I don't notice. So like, I can't discern everything in the room because it's so dark.
Oh yeah, but you also haven't like stepped further into the room unless you've told me so. You kind of open up. You're looking in. You can go in and like case the joint with the lights. You can let your eyes kind of adjust a bit, and that will help. Yeah, but dark vision will be obviously the most optimal.
I guess, yeah, I'll step back from the doorway. What? I'll drink the full moon.
Got you. Go ahead and roll me that damage die for yourself there. I will go back to Braff and Cordell. To you guys just on the balcony having your conversation. As kind of in your own way, you guys are kind of trying to determine the fate of everybody else in the building.
So we stall until what? Like, why even go back?
I don't even know if we should stall. I say we just go back in there, and we at least conclude dinner. All right. I'm going back in, and I just wanted to at least make sure you were good, and I wanted to at least meet up with you and at least try to persuade you. But I'm gonna go back in there. I'm just gonna see what the fuck's going on. Hopefully it ends sooner rather than later. But I just kind of at this point, because I've been kind of like I sat down to do my ritual of identify, and then I never did, so I was kind of kneeling and like eye level with him. But at this point, I'm gonna close my stuff, pack it into my satchel, and kind of stand up and just go. I think that I mean, Gallen's doing something. He's somewhere. I trust him in his experience. Whether it's, I don't know exactly what that necessarily means, but I trust him. He's doing something, and so I feel like at the very least, I had no fucking experience here. This is brand fucking new to me, and so I'm just gonna at least go in there. And to be quite honest, I feel a little bit more reassured in there than I do snooping around this, and because I don't even know what's behind every door. So I think I implore you to come with me, because at least then we have each other. Because Gallen is fuck off, who knows where. As he's
unbeknownst to you,
as
he's 30 feet above you.
Yeah, as he's walking past.
I'm looking at you, bro. I'm like,
and so with that, I'm just kind of like, with like a heavy sigh, I'm just gonna open the door and start like kind of slowly making my way back, almost to like encourage him to come with, but just...
I'll follow.
You guys both make your way back into the hall. There's the bathroom door was closed. Are you guys going back in the bathroom?
If he comes with me, I'm gonna be like, you go out, and then I'll come out a bit, like maybe a bit after or something, just so that's not super weird.
Sounds good. No, I'll go out.
He sets fire to the fucking interior chamber while I'm thinking.
You step out of the bathroom. There doesn't seem to be a lot of stirring, but Richter, behind you, you do hear someone approaching, and if you turn to look, you would, of course, see Cordell approaching after some absence. His plate still having a bit of meat on it that was set aside for him by Edmure. Or sorry, set aside for him by Anders, as Edmure was cutting. But yeah, you approach. Cordell, your seat was kind of right next to everybody there. Just gonna plop back down.
I'll just take a seat and I'll start cutting up the meat, but I don't need it.
You sit back down, and as you do, Edmure kind of sees the approach. And he's like, "Oh, kind of figured, honestly, that you guys straight up left. I was gonna. All right, you're gone for a minute.
Yeah, just using the bathroom."
You okay? I mean, gee, now that I think about it, the other guy just went into the bathroom. Is he okay? He was kind of quick walking.
I heard him come in, and then he just rushed into the stall, and I mean, might have been going through the same thing I did. I think we're scared shitless, you might say.
He kind of laughs a little bit, and was like, well, yeah, that's, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm scared a bit more shitless than you, because I don't think I could right now. You know what God.
I want to look at his neck and see if he has a necklace on.
Edmure?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
14.
14, looking at him. No, there doesn't seem to be any necklace on Edmure at this time.
Okay. Noted.
But he's just kind of talking with you. I would say he still kind of like, he doesn't have his bow, he doesn't have his quiver, he doesn't even have his rapier on him. They're all kind of set off at a like as he's been bouncing around chairs and stuff. They're all left over at the original chair and such. So
did I ever give back the Baron his sword? I don't think I did.
You did not, nor did he inquire.
Nice.
Sword.
We got a leg up. Let's go.
Yeah, you one at a time, gentlemen. That's how we get them.
The war of attrition.
It is. Better watch out for steak knives, But no, Edmure doesn't seem to have anything on him. As he's. It seems at this point, as you're kind of coming back, Richter, of course, you will have that. You would have totally got this vibe, but Cordell, you would be noticing it too. As everyone's kind of wrapped up, people are kind of picking at the bread a bit. This server has come back out one time, not to like clean up the plates, but he kind of brought out it seems like a pie of some sort has been brought out. It seems like a whatever kind of like fruit was available from the orchard has been brought over here for this. This is like a bit of apple pie has been brought out to be cut up, and some people have been kind of seeming to enjoy some of that.
What orchard? Did we know it's an orchard?
Huh?
What orchard did we know it's an orchard?
The orchard would have been all the way back at Marsh's retreat. There's a lot of orchards out there.
Gotcha. Amen.
And transporting apples is a little bit more feasible than other things.
Than chairs, for sure.
Well, than chairs, absolutely. But yeah, but the
chair pie.
Me too. I'm a big fan of oak pies. Sounds like something I shouldn't Google.
Oak pie?
Yo.
Don't inquire now. Don't inquire now. We'll wait till stream's done. We'll tell them later. But anyway.
I should lose my horses at Marsh's retreat. Feels bad. I could have brought that on the trail.
Anyways, you guys are the vibe of everyone's wrapping up dinner. Like people seem to be finishing dessert, if anything. Most everyone's kind of like a bit done with their food at this point. But Edmure's time to talk with you as you're kind of cutting at your meat as he's seems to be like kind of just picking at his pie. Richter, go ahead, please.
Edmure, what do you think of all this?
Of all what?
The events that transpired today.
Well, Cordell, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been hunting a while. Haven't seen anything like that. I've been out in woods a while, haven't seen nothing like this. Been in marshes, haven't seen nothing like this. I came out for a hunt, and then crazy shit happened. I don't think there's a hunt happening maybe anymore. He kind of says that, kind of looking over. Who's sitting directly next to him is the Baron himself, who doesn't seem like, he kind of like kind of looks up a little bit at that, but doesn't really respond to it.
Am I hearing this?
Yeah, this is a conversation I think everybody's kind of hearing, as in a weird way Cordell is crassly asking questions other people would have, if they also didn't care about social decorum in their own way. But it's like, I think we'll sleep. I imagine some of us will want to head home tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'm not going out in the woods tonight, that's for sure.
And you trust your cousin? And the cousin's sitting right next to him, right?
Right next to him, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say that. I still say it.
Yes, I trust my cousin. I trust the Baron here. As he kind of like leans over and kind of like as if you didn't see him, kind of got gestures over. I trust the Baron. Yes, of course, my cousin. We grew up together. He's more like a brother in certain ways to me.
I don't trust him.
Well, then I guess we're going home in the morning. If I'm being honest. And he kind of turns over to him. He's like, sorry, cousin, but I just put Kenny to bed a little bit ago. He's not doing well, and depending on how things go in the morning, I might head home tomorrow too. Because she just kind of like the Baron, already looking deflated, kind of sinks down a little bit more. I understand. Forgive me. Tomorrow morning, I'll probably try to talk you into staying, but I understand.
Does that come off honest?
Insight, please.
I think also at this point, Brad would be coming out, pretending to mess with his belt, putting his just like, oh shit, and then...
Yeah. I think because of how
shit
was, I need you to roll me a performance check.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I love this shit.
And I rolled a 12 for insight.
Ooh, with a -1, 15.
Okay, you come out and you're just like, just putting it back together, and anybody looking at you goes, he did it.
Yeah.
He said people were scared shitless, he got it done.
I did it.
In there, you know?
Yep.
That's a brave man.
I tightened the
But no,
belt.
people just look at you and they're just like, yeah, he got out of the bathroom. It's kind of weird. He's still buckling his pants right now, though.
It's like the last little minute thing. Like I'm threading it through like the last little loop, you know?
I know, but like,
yeah.
people see that as like, okay, well, at least he's communicating he did something. That's
yeah,
good.
that's good.
Cordell, I will say for you, the Baron is speaking to his cousin. He is communicating words. There seems to be no real emotion communicated at this point. And I think for you, it's hard to tell if he doesn't care or he is drained.
Baron, do you want me to stay?
Cordell? Well, I will be honest. This morning, absolutely. Now, as the day has gone on, I hope we can maybe have a renewed conversation tomorrow, but if I'm not going to fight you if you'd like to leave, considering any kind of gestures to like his absent sword. I understand being stressed, but still I think yesterday, you know, well, the rest of the, I don't know how much I'd enjoy your company, especially if we participate in a hunt.
Would you trust you if you were me?
I trust the, I think I just around. I trust the, keep the walls where we're at. If you were me, I'd understand putting blame on me in some way, but I don't think an absence of trust is appropriate. You know, I didn't intend for anything to happen that happened. That's for sure.
Internally, I'm not satisfied with that answer.
I think
I say all right.
I don't think there's no insight check needed, but I think you could see his eyes, and he could see that within you too. He is looking at you, and I think you can see him clocking you not being happy with it.
Yeah.
As I sit down, I want to say, just kind of taking a second. And then as I think I would have sat down and they were still having that conversation. And as it concluded, I want to just kind of look at everybody, at Cordell kind of with a prolonged look and just be like, I think obviously there's a lot of shit that went down today. I feel like maybe we don't necessarily make any decisions tonight. I think that we all just retire to our individual areas and we just kind of get some sleep and hopefully we'll just maybe we can in the morning have rejuvenated spirits. I for one, this is the craziest shit I've ever experienced. Clearly,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like there's just a lot. It's a lot in one night, and I mean Gallon is already fucking with his sleep because of what he went through. Like, so
Deception.
Fuck, I shouldn't even say things sometimes.
But I'm already what? Fucking with my sleep.
Saying you already went to sleep.
Ooh. Okay. Deception. Oh, I thought perception was deception. I was like, I have a bonus to that? I do not. Deception -1, but that is still a 15.
Okay. Oh yeah. So, but please continue your statement.
So I think that we should just in the morning we can have a conversation and we can all just just figure things out from there. And I kind of almost like gesture like a hand over to the Baron, just kind of like.
Well, I appreciate that, Wrath. I appreciate one of the three of you seem to have changed your tone a little bit. But if it's all right with you, and he kind of stands up at this point, I think I myself am going to retire to bed. And then, yeah, I think we come together and talk. And I think,
Absolutely.
I think Gallon was perhaps wise to go to bed as well. Someone of his age, so like Senric here, probably.
Where is it we're supposed to sleep? Unless you told my character before, but I don't think so.
I don't know. That wasn't communicated to everybody. So just Doug. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
I can show you, Cordell. I can show you. I know.
Yeah, if you don't mind telling the other folk where the quarters are, I appreciate your help, Graf.
It's not.
But I'm gonna go to bed. I will. And he kind of turns to you, Cordell. It's like, if I could have my sword, I'd appreciate this.
I kind of do that like that like slight nod. I'm looking at him and do that slight nod like just like do it.
I give him his sword reluctantly.
Yeah, he takes it, like he gently takes it from you, like not being sudden about it, and grabs it, and immediately puts it back on his side. Appreciate that, and everyone have a great night's sleep. Sorry I wasn't here initially for dinner, but the hunt is a very important thing to me, and I'm afraid the stress got the better of me when it immediately fell apart before it started going. But we'll talk in the morning, and perhaps we'll see where we're at then. But everybody sleep well, sweet dreams. He says that and kind of just turns and makes his way out.
Yep. Have a nice night.
The three people who are here, I would like you guys to make a perception check. As Gallon is very much off in the own area right now.
You said perception, that'll be 12.
Yes. 12?
5.
Mm-hmm. Richter's?
12.
Yeah, okay. Well then, in that case, Gallon,
29
you go.
total.
It's a 29 total. No, for you guys there, the Baron makes his exit. And then as he does so, Edmure kind of gets up. I helped Kenny to his room. I think I'm going to go join him as well. But everybody, I guess, have a good rest of your night.
Be careful, Edmure.
You as well.
Yeah, no, well, I'll be with Kenny. So he's drunk, but at least I got that. And with that, Edmure begins making his exit. Gallon, you are up in this darkened room, now taking your cat's eye, full moon. Yeah, you're in the room. Go ahead and roll me a perception check now with no disadvantages, as it is technically dimly lit.
Under the table, I slide Cordala a knuckle bump.
Would I roll with advantage for the
I
perception?
hit it with my toes.
Yes, you still would.
With
You're
your
right.
what?
My toes.
Oh.
14.
14. Looking through, you are in. Looking up in the main room you guys are in for the eating, it kind of comes up. There's rafters coming up, and there is kind of a high ceiling. You're in kind of the second floor rooms running along the side there. It's larger than the halls a bit. Very wood everywhere. A lot more wood than stone. You're still seeing stone coming up, but there's more partitions being created with actual wood, like half walls, false walls type thing. You are in a room that seems to be some form of maybe extended dining room, maybe like a leisure room of some form. But with a 14, you're looking at a room that has been set up stage to maybe host people or just get the room together, and you might be the most recent person to come through here in some time, short of whoever probably has left the door unlatched, whoever just traveled through here. This is a room that has become more of a hallway than a room. As people you can see there's kind of tracks through here, but you're seeing fairly heavy amounts of dust along the wall, along the tables and the chairs and such. There seems to be, on the outmost wall, there seems to be a somewhat impressive feat for a place like this, a fireplace on the second floor, directly against the wall there, that seems maybe has never been used before. There also seems to be series of, along the outer wall, there seems to be every so often, maybe every 5 feet, there is 5 feet of just wood. There's wood along the whole thing, but every 5 feet there seems to be stonework kind of coming up, creating like a little grate of sorts. For stone in particular, that it would be incredibly hard to chisel, manufacture, create, unless it was like a tile or like decorative marble, and this is not what that is. This is just the stonework of the castle. Just creating like almost like little vents of sorts kind of going down through the cracks in the floor.
I'm gonna quietly close the door.
Yeah, you close the door. There's still the windows, adding some ambient light in here. But no, you're in a quiet, but
I make my way through the room. You say there's like partitions?
Yeah, so you're seeing things. It's almost like they're not going all the way up. They're just kind of like walls that have been kind of built out and such. Because what you're walking by is like there's a table, kind of a smaller, like a dining table, like 6 chairs around it, and there seems to be kind of a partition to kind of make it like obscure view, but more of just make it private, like almost like a booth. And as you go by, there seems to be another one inside. Then there's one kind of near the fireplace. This one's open. Seems to be like more elegant chairs set up there. There seems to be like an end table set up for like people to maybe like have a whiskey or cigars by the fire, maybe smoke a pipe. It seems to be, you are set up for, I would say to the best of your knowledge, the people who would live and reside in the keep. This is more for the spaces for them and their guests, whereas the room you were just in would be for an audience. But this room does not seem to have been used in many, many months.
This level of dust gather for even in like a couple years?
Yeah, I would say it's consistent with that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the environment you're in.
I look across the room. What other doors do I see?
You're not seeing doors necessarily. You're seeing archways in the stone. You're not, the only door you have directly seen really is the door you went through. You're kind of in a more open space by many means. There's kind of an archway where a doorway would be, but there's no physical door. It just is thoroughfare.
I roll investigation for footprints, maybe?
You can.
I guess footprints and maybe anything that like disturbs the dust layer.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
I rolled off my dice. Dude, I need a real full moon potion. I can't see shit.
Just like tape flash. Oh god.
Damn.
Just tape flashlights to the bottom of the table.
Yeah. Those LED strips.
Yeah, exactly. Like, take a lifted truck, rob their underlights, and put them underneath your table.
Yo, let's go natural 20.
Ooh.
And
Finally,
18,
the
bro.
Inquisitor fucking gets some progress. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, you're looking through the environment. There is some footprints moving through. Kind of just going off through the thoroughfare. That seems to be there seems to be a decent amount of traffic, kind of messing up the dust and such through. It's just straight through. Again, this place is more hallway than anything else. There also seems to be little evidence of, I'd say, the mud you've seen before, kind of on the vents a little bit. Like as you're walking by, there's one section of it with a little bit of that mud kind of coming through, and you see kind of like 1-2 kind of blotches and steps into the passageway where everybody else was walking through. You're seeing a bit of evidence of that. I would say on a natural 20, and this is going to kind of explain mechanically a little bit of something here, and that is you're kind of looking at these footsteps and you're seeing footsteps, but some of them seem a little out of place. Some of them, as you're looking at the footsteps here, like especially the ones near the vent, that's kind of where it kind of draws your attention. Is the footprint like is completely like embedded into like kind of the dust layer, and as it's kind of spread out. It's kind of wider. It looks like it disturbed the dust enough. It looks like on a nat 20, it looks like something came through the vent, then began walking. You got a nat 20 because now you were tracking something you could identify as not being human. Or you got advantage on it because you're now tracking something that is not human.
The fence lead to the outside of the keep.
The fence leads to the hallway below.
So it's like through the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what I've gathered is something's using these vents.
They're like grates is what it is. There's nothing inside it. It just is a grate that allows air or whatever to travel through. I would say on your you got a nat 20. I would say looking down the grate, you're looking down into a series of holes. Though it is a distance away, it is also carrying through into this series of piping and all these different holes and like this like pipe organ structure running along the entire bottom hallway. It's separated by some distance of air, but it is still connected in such a way that it is.
So from what I've gathered earlier with the mud in the wall randomly stopping, was that near any piping?
It was directly on a pipe.
And it actually went up the wall, like it oozed up the side of one of the pipes too, to indicate.
Can I roll?
This man said, "Can I?"
Yeah. Can I turn on my headlights?
Do you have advantage? Can I roll intelligence to recall information about what I think could use some sort of, I don't know, some sort of movement like this? Like some sort of, I guess, shadow form, something like that?
You definitely can.
Fucking no. 18 plus. Intelligence, which is plus 1. 19?
19. On a 19, kind of going through, you have knowledge, which is giving you indication on transit and movement of maybe how something or even possibly someone is moving. I think looking at this, you're able to rule out in some way this being a human someone doing this. It could be a person, but whatever way they're going, like, I would say looking at this, you're able to think like, well, whatever it is that's traveling through there is not doing so. It's not teleporting. because it's having to go through something. It's creating like a structure
Yeah,
behind.
it's
It's leaving evidence. Whatever it is able to move through a grate, seemingly without issue, and also travel through a grate upwards. It wasn't traveling down. It didn't descend through the grate with gravity. It traveled up. So it's hard to tell what it might be. I would say on a 19, you know that there is an array of like different types of creatures that could travel like that. None of which I would say that you're aware of distinctly would do so and then walk with human feet and form.
Okay. Can I follow those footprints?
They go into the kind of that main hallway you're looking through. These footprints, they look, I would say, maybe a week or so old. Like they're fresher than a lot of the other things you're seeing, but they do kind of go back into that main thoroughfare. They kind of go back into that hallway area where all the other footprints kind of go, and they get lost in the noise of it all.
Okay. So when I go through that main archway, where do I end up?
Going through that main archway, we'll get to that actually in one moment. But I would say Richter, Braff, Cordell, everybody at this point is kind of beginning to. Well, everyone kind of did begin leaving town. It's just you guys and the Knights of the Mason Order.
Yeah. I'll turn to Cordell and just kind of nod and say, nicely done. I think we needed to. I think he bought it a little. We needed it to, and I kind of say it's very hushed, looking around still. We needed to at least, put his guard down a little bit. I think we should talk now to Richter and the Masons. And I'll kind of like start to stand up and make my way over to their side of the table.
It's only us in the room, right? The Masons, Richter,
Us.
Braff,
me,
yourself.
and Brad.
Real quick, Connor, before I continue this, is there any of those things, those tubes in this thoroughfare?
You guys are in the main hall.
Yes.
So no.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. Now that I was aware of them, I just wanted to double check.
Right.
Okay. I'll make my way over to kind of Richter and the Masons. And I'll kind of like, instead of like sitting like in line with them, I almost occupy like the far end of the table where we can almost all just kind of cluster up at the end, like on either sides, kind of, not all in a line. And I'll kind of gesture for them over to kind of scoot down and cluster up.
Yeah. I think seeing that, like the Masons kind of look over at you and they kind of like, look around an empty room, but they do kind of take the cue and kind of just like, lean in a little bit. Richter, you are of course there as well. And they kind of lean over. Is like, I mean, I saw you guys kind of shake up the Baron on the way up here. So, get anything out of that?
I'm gonna real quick kind of look at Richter and just be like, we're all on the same page, yeah? And I'll look at Richter, kind of pause for a second and look at his compatriots, kind of seeing what Richter will discern.
I mean, I think so, but I have to say I don't think the Baron is as much at fault as you're thinking there, Cordell.
Well, who do you think led us here?
I mean,
Listen,
there's.
You're telling me 20 feet outside of his keep. That's an anomaly. I don't buy it.
I think he's trying to build in some pretty hostile territory for some reason that I can't discern.
And it shouldn't be a shock to him. He's acting like this doesn't happen.
I think that's a good point. There's no transparency. Like, he's acting surprised, but there's just so many questions, and I think ultimately there is something afoot, and there's something amiss, and something is wrong, and there's more shit going down that meets the eye. And Cordell, you obviously, I think it'd be important that you get into some of the details you have with this individual in the past, because you kind of explained that a little bit briefly in the field. But first, Richter, what the fuck is in your bag?
I've got some rations. A length.
No. What the fuck is in your bag? I know something's in there. There's something much more devious. And before we continue and we cast alliances and we figure out what we're gonna do, we need some transparency. I know something something's not right.
Kind of hearing that and leaning back a little bit out as Cyrus kind of just leans back a little bit, kind of just goes for his wine, and kind of just sits back with it.
Listen, it's not something that'll come up for anyone else. Do you really want to? I mean, do you have? I'm not.
Yes.
I'll tell you this. If I tell you what's in my bag, Cordell, will you stop running the show so much? I mean, you're making crazy decisions. It seems like just.
Probably not. No.
I look at Cordell like, what the fuck?
You're just gonna tell us what's in your bag.
Hit him with probably no.
Kind of at this point, still leaning back in his chair, Cyrus goes, we're gonna go to bed in the tower. So we're gonna stay. It's gonna be safer. If you're gonna make a point on this and Richter doesn't want to tell you, then you don't have to go in the tower.
Well, hold on.
No, I wouldn't want
To
to.
me, it sounds like you're siding with the Baron.
Siding with my friend Richter.
Hold on.
And frankly,
hold on.
I'm gonna be
And
honest.
Richter
I'm gonna
sounds like
be.
he's siding
Cyrus
with
kind of
the
puts it.
Baron.
I'm gonna be honest. Cordell, you are probably the most threatening person in this building.
I have
me.
to
I know the Baron. He is not a good guy.
How do you know the Baron?
He hired me to kill someone.
So you're telling me you're a murderer?
Shit.
You're
You put it like that.
You're a hitman.
Wait,
Sounds bad.
Cordell, you said you didn't kill him.
I didn't.
What?
I fight for justice. He wanted me to kill an innocent man, and I didn't. I told he believes he's dead, but I never killed him.
I see. So you.
How did that never come up again? It's Cyrus kind of talking. Anders is kind of like leaning in, but Cyrus is very much leading this conversation. It's like because the man, if he needed the man killed, he was a factor.
Yes. No. This was a lord.
Okay.
That the Baron wanted gone. I don't know exactly what. But I talked to the Lord. You know, this Baron's powerful. He dabbles in stuff he shouldn't. You know, you see him. This is a hostile takeover. It sounds like he wants us to kill the natives here. He's not a good guy.
Sure.
I talked to this Lord. He's a powerful man, this Baron. I pretty much told him I'm hired to kill him. I'm not going to kill him. If I don't kill him, when he doesn't disappear, someone else is going to kill him.
What was the?
I don't know where he's gone. I don't know what he's doing. But it never came up again. And I got invited back here, so I think we're good.
Only a persuasion check.
Also, okay, yeah. Yeah, persuade my character too.
Yeah.
I got a 6. I'm not lying though.
You got a 6. I would say you guys do
That's
insight
crazy.
checks, please. If you're wanting to kind of look into this.
I am.
We don't know you're not lying.
19.
Sorry. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Oh god.
There's important things happening over there.
Knocking things around.
I do want to ask, because we're getting kind of close to the 4-hour mark. Are you guys comfortable going a little bit over? A little bit here?
A
lot of it.
yeah.
I would say I would say a little bit, like
Little
a good
bit.
stopping point as soon as possible,
Gotcha.
for sure. But I
Yeah,
don't
Richter,
like.
go ahead.
Insight, you say?
Mhm.
I rolled a 19. I need to find
Okay.
insight.
I would say you guys
But
absolutely.
22.
Holy shit. And Cordell, yours was again.
Make him say it.
6.
Just wanted to hear it again. Yeah, Cordell, I think again, your insight isn't like he is trying to persuade you of something. You are not being persuaded by what he's saying, but you are still seeing he is telling you a truth. He's telling you he's telling you a truth. He's telling you don't know. I would say whether it's the whole truth. You don't know if it's like
Nothing but the truth.
yeah. You don't know if he's giving you a specific version of events that put him in a good light, put the Baron in the bad light. But you know what he's saying is a truth.
What was the Lord? What lands did he rule over?
And why did the Baron need him dead?
Wait, hold the fuck on. Wait,
That wasn't in my backstory.
What's in your backpack?
I didn't write that much.
Hold on. Wait, why are we? Hold on. I asked Richter. I asked you what's in your bag. You deflected over to Cordell. Which Cordell, I still want to know what that was, but.
And I'll happily give you whatever answers you need there.
Okay. You don't. Okay. I don't want to. You don't need to tell us everything, Richter. But I think at least reassure us in some capacity that what you have in your bag is not a threat to us. Because I literally watched it take control of your body while you were unconscious and act on your own behalf, and that is far beyond the realm of sane. I think
with that, like Cyrus hearing kind of like turn and looks at you, like looks over to you too, Richter. Like this is a first for him as well.
Well, I have this. Can I take it out of my bag?
Absolutely, if you'd like.
All right, out of my bag.
I kind of prep my spell book as he reaches in his bag.
Don't worry. I'm telling you, it's like a curse for me.
It's a hamster.
It's not a hamster. I'm not keeping a living creature in my bag.
In your sack?
In my sack. I pull out like a doll.
Oh, fucking okay.
It's like kind of patched up. It seems to be in pretty good condition. Made of, it's like burlap or canvas or something stuffed with hay or whatever. It's like, not very big. This is like, this is a cursed item that I got a while back. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I was I was seeking some kind of vengeance, and I thought this was the best path forward for it. And oh God, I mean, I really regret it. It can be used as a weapon. I've only used it once. And in doing so, it kind of it latched onto me. It's not something I can just get rid of now. I wouldn't want to have it in my pack if I didn't have to. I'm not planning on using it. It's kind of horrible.
Okay. And I just nod and yeah. Okay. I
put it back in my.
Yeah, I appreciate your transparency. So, okay, that we got that kind of cleared up. I look at Cordell to see if he's satisfied because this guy is pretty temperamental.
I shrug.
Okay. Okay.
Now
the Lord.
With that all being said, there's like, well, I guess thanks for sharing that, Richter. You, gesturing over to you, Cordell, was like, I want to hear more about your shit, because that actually sounds relevant to what's happening here today. But I say we go back to a safer spot to do so. If we're worried, if we're in a place where we feel like we need a whisper here in a grand hall of some form, I think we should just go back to the tower and walk up for the night.
Yeah, so that sounds good, except for the fact that your tower is completely suspended over the cliff face, unattached to the actual keep, and I feel like you
attached to the wall.
Yeah, but you say safer, but who's to say that's even any safer?
There's one way in. You get to see whoever comes in.
Yeah, but what if it just like detaches off the keep?
I don't think it's like a socket. You know, I think it would take. Well, look, if it...
considering our numbers, I think it is safer. And considering our what's the word? Our party, who we're with. Considering our company, I think the company alone makes it safer out there.
All right, let's fuck it. Let's head over there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I was just something to conjecture. I think it is a good idea.
If you feel safer, if you have a case for us to stay
I don't feel
in here,
safe any fucking where. I say like it's a good idea. I just wanted to at least bring an idea to the group. But let's go. I agree. I think we should go.
I also don't particularly feel. I feel uneasy anywhere. As I'm saying this, I'm gathering up my pack and standing up. But I would say I think having an easily defensible location, I don't think it will come to that. Again, I think the Baron is truly didn't mean for any of that blood nonsense to happen. He seems genuinely remorseful, as far as I can tell. I'm not an expert at reading folks, though, you know.
I would agree. I put a hand on your shoulder, Richter, and I'll just say, I certainly fucking hope you're right. As we're walking towards the Mason Tower.
You guys begin making your way back. Gallon. You make your way through the thoroughfare, and you are in what seems to be like a kitchen of sorts. Like there's still a low fire in the fireplace, kind of up there. The same. Huh?
Nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. But there's a low fire in this fireplace, kind of like above this kind of seems like an oven of sorts. You can only imagine what might have been cooked in there, as you never returned for any form of dinner. But it does smell like rather pleasant in here, to some extent. But like looking around the kitchen, it's a mess. There's a lot more activity going along in here, but there's like plates like gathered up and off to the side. There's like a whole mound of silverware and plates. Like you see, there's cupboards all open and amiss and around. There's it seems like a total wreck. Like people have cleaned in or cooked in here. No one's cleaned in here for quite some time. But you're in this kind of whole big kitchen area, and I'd like you to roll me a perception check as you're kind of in this.
Shit. 8.
8. All right. In that case, you travel into the kitchen. It's still dark in here, but your vision is more than making up for it. It kind of becomes this more gray-scaled view of the castle, the keep. But it isn't too different from the reality of the keep either. There's a very absent color here. You're only able to really tell seeing the fire kind of being a lot more whitish than anything else. And the coals kind of just putting off a soft, more like luminescent kind of like hot glow than they would the kind of the cooling coals. But through there seems to be a door out into the main area that is opened. Kind of out towards what would be the center of the keep.
Based on what I heard earlier, those guys being weird about like what they're cooking, can I roll investigation on what they're cooking?
Sure, you can go look into it.
Unnatural 20.
Awesome. Looking in here, you see evidence of there's like a chopping board that's like still kind of wet with blood on it. There seems to be like there's you can see there's like some ovens that were used in some form. You're still seeing like yeast and dough kind of like gathered up, like kind of loose in a bowl that were taken from a proofing of some form of rise and have been used up. It seems that there is like you can see like kind of a haunch and leg off to one side of some form of venison. I think looking at this with your roll, you could tell there is some kind of stag that was hunted at some point that was taken up here. Probably wasn't even bled properly before being prepared, but was used and was prepared up here to serve food.
Look around for anything weird that may be added into the food.
I think with an unnatural 20 looking around, you're seeing lots of herbs and spices, but it's messy. There's like the haunches are sitting on the counter. They should have been put away somewhere. There's plates everywhere that you're seeing. Like the cutting board has been bled over and over and over with different things without being cleaned. It's a mess in here, but there's nothing like nefarious in this.
It's not like a vial that says like poison on it. Maybe?
There's no vial that says this is poison. There is a vial that says this is anthrax. Oops, that isn't invented yet. So yeah,
it disappears.
Yeah.
Is there any cupboards that aren't open?
For the most part, they're all open. I think you're even looking at some cupboards that are completely empty. They look like they were for the silverware and such. Completely empty. So it's just scattered around. But no, I would say with your 20, a lot of the food in here, a lot of the plates and such, seem quite old in some ways. Like some of them seem like they're out here for months or weeks. And so, aside from the newly prepared food, everything else seems kind of untouched to some extent until today.
Keep going through the kitchen.
There's the doors that are open to an area you presume further in.
Only the one door?
Just the one at this point, yes.
That's the room. Okay, I'll go through there.
Yeah, going in there, you're seeing a stair kind of come up towards you. Your best deduction could be this is the stair up from the main double doors leads up to where you're at on one end. There's kind of a partition in the way, but as it comes back around, the stair goes further up. So choose, or there's the other side. There's the other wing.
So down would be back to the main foyer.
Up would be further on. Forward would be further on.
There's forward and up?
There's forward, which would go into the other wing of the keep. The other wing of the second floor.
When I was outside on the wall near the gatehouse, did I notice that there could be there was a third floor?
Yes, there certainly is a third floor. Not for this area, not for the wings, but the upper actual back side of the keep does go up higher.
That would be.
The tallest tower is the keep itself, continuing up higher.
I presume would be this staircase that leads up there. I'm gonna go straight and just kind of look in.
Straight to the other side, or straight to the
other side of the wing?
Yeah. That door is closed, I'll say. Not locked, just closed.
Open it.
Perception check.
You're going to the other wing? Yeah, that's what you said? Other wing? Okay.
Yeah. 14.
On a 14. 14, you hear kind of like you open the door at first. You kind of open it up, kind of look in. It's kind of dark in here, but there seems to be some light illuminated off to some side. You can see entering this room, there seems to be some form of bedroom setup in here. There seems to be a nicer a wing here. There seems to be a bed, a far nicer bed than the beds you have. It's like a large bed. There's a chest. There's several things. You can see there's a mirror off to one side. But there's light being emitted, and you hear kind of hushed conversation. On a 14, you could hear the conversation. You could hear that there's one happening. Low conversation far into the room.
I roll stealth.
Mm-hmm.
So it's how big is the room? Is it large? Is there multiple beds?
You're seeing the one bed from the area you're in, and it would continue further on. You don't know if you're standing in a massive suite or this bedroom's connected, and then there's another room past.
I roll stealth and slowly kind of move forward. Yeah. Fucking one.
Hmm?
A fucking one.
Oh my.
You step into the room, and immediately, just the most unfortunate thing possible, you take a step and just a loud creak of the wood as you just step down, just unset wood in a place, just wasn't set well, just a loud piercing creak. What like makes you wince, and you quickly hear the conversation stop. You do at some point hear, hello? Who's over there?
Can I immediately back up and then can I discern if I notice the voice?
I would roll me an perception check here.
Perception?
An inception check.
Inception check.
Yeah. If the dice never stops rolling, then you're
18?
still dreaming.
18. Oh, okay. On an 18, it is certainly Daniel's voice, but there's like kind of something about it. It does sound like a little off. Like you don't know if he's startled or whatever, but you are hearing his voice, certainly. Daniel is the squire for Cedric.
Okay.
The guy who carried him.
Can I immediately back up? Stairs?
Go up the stairs?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you make your way up the stairs, which this does not break either direction or anything. It just goes up the stairs, and up there is a open double door, completely open. It seems to be like some low light coming in there, like there is some candles of some form, but
Just slowly move forward.
you make your way inside, and looking inside, you see there's like a bit of a iron chandelier up with like a couple of the candle lights on it lit. Some of them have been long since melted away, but some of them are on. There seems to be like you could feel a breeze coming through. There seems to be some sort of door open up to a balcony outside. As you're entering, it becomes quite clear that this is probably a combination study bedroom on the highest tower. It would be quite easy to discern this is the Baron's.
And roll perception for somewhere to hide.
Sure.
Somewhere to
Perception
be,
for somewhere to hide?
Obscured. Like I'm not gonna like hide under his bed.
You can roll another stealth. Well, you're walking up. You're not in the room yet. You're walking up to it.
Stealth or perception? Stealth.
You can hide, or you can look around. Looking. You can. Okay, I'll let you roll perception for somewhere to hide. I think that sounds fair enough.
22.
For one, I see you, fucker. I'm giving you advantage on all perception checks. It's like, can I perceive me stabbing him, please?
Well, like I wasn't gonna be like a cockroach and
No.
like crunch myself in like a wardrobe, just somewhere to like ominously stand.
I totally get it. Well, for one, walking up and stepping into actually look into the space, you're seeing a far more lavish bed off the one side. There seems to be the first window that is not a mirrored shape of like up and pointed. Aside from the square window below, there's like a circular window. It seems to have some form of like a stained glass structure just off the bed. You can't really discern anything about the stained glass other than it seems to have a red, yellow hue to it. There's a study off to one end. There seems to be a bunch of papers and stuff scattered around. But there seems to be like wardrobes. There seems to be space underneath the bed. There seems to be doors. As you kind of step in, there's doors off to the left and right going to other spots around on this third floor that you can't discern where they go to at this point, but there seems to be ample hiding spot. As you also enter, there is the door open to a balcony outside.
Doors open in the balcony.
Mm-hmm. That's why the breeze is coming from there.
Can I move towards the balcony?
Mm-hmm. You can absolutely
I
move.
roll stealth while I'm moving. $11.
You begin making your way through into the balcony. As I will say, you do hear some footsteps coming up the stairs behind you.
Where I just came from?
Yes, there's no other stairs.
Is there a corner along the balcony?
Yeah, the balcony opens up and there's wings to either side. You can kind of duck over there if you need.
I think that's where I'll go.
Yeah, you make your way through and over. And then You make your way onto the balcony as the footsteps kind of approach and make their way up. And you hear Daniel kind of, hello, is anybody, I think you went downstairs, or is your kind of like this kind of muffled, how should I didn't hear it. You heard it. I don't know where it went. Who had it last? He, the Baron. All right, let's not bump into anybody till we have that. We need to get out of here soon. We need to get out of here in like the next hour or two. I don't know. You fucking find him and then we'll get out of here. Come on, like we're on a timetable. If he's still in here, it's like, let's just go. Let's just go. And, like turning and making his way up, stepping down the steps. Daniel leaves the space.
I heard him go down.
You hear the steps. The space you're in is small enough that you could hear him.
I'm gonna go back around the corner.
Back out onto the balcony proper.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go back into the room.
You make your way back into the room. Still low lit, doors still open.
Can I roll perception?
You absolutely can.
Three and then an 18. I like this shit.
18, is that 18 total?
22 total. Or look for anything suspicious.
You find it everywhere.
It is pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
Second.
Should have just jumped and fucking killed him.
You know, maybe. You look around the room. I think part of what you see, which draws your eye a little bit, is there's candles on. There seems to be a lot of, like, the wardrobe seems to have been ruffled through around recently. Like, there's a door kind of open now that you can see from this side. There's, like, a washroom that seems open in some way. But you're seeing a similar area to what you saw of that kind of, like, leisure room. You're seeing a lot of dust. You're seeing an undisturbed environment. The bed does not look like it's been used in a long time. None of the table, the study, nothing seems like it's been interacted with in a long time. The wardrobe seems somewhat recent. Maybe someone went through that, but you're seeing a room that had not been interacted with.
This is presumably the Baron's room.
This is the Baron's room.
It's like a wash basin.
Yeah, there's like a washroom off to the side. It seems like somewhere where a servant would bring water and such to, like, a sink of sorts, so he could clean up in his own private.
Does it seem like it would be been used
It seems like it's been interacted with in some way. Yeah.
recently?
Yeah, it seems like it's been recent.
What about the desk?
No, nothing. It looks like, again, this looks like it's been months since anyone's interacted with this.
I'm gonna check one of the side rooms.
There's the washroom, then there's the other remaining side room.
Or the remaining one.
Yeah, you go open up that room. It seems like inside this space, it's like there's another kind of side room here that is a proper room. Like there's a little bed tucked aside. There seems to be a small wardrobe and such. It seems like it was kind of made and like us for an immediate servant or perhaps even a child, depending on the dynamic. But it's presumably for the right hand of whoever be residing there. A similar story, untouched.
There are pipes in the main room.
So there are no pipe. There's no piping up in these rooms.
Quite peculiar.
I would say you hear footsteps again.
Coming up.
Yes. Yes, sir.
How big is that small room?
The small room, it's maybe like a 10 by 10 room. It's kind of cramped for its spacing, but it's just made to house a person who changes and sleeps.
You want to step in there and close the door?
Roll me a stealth check.
Slams the door.
Fucking 5.
For everybody else, you guys are making your way over to the tower. As you guys exit the main hall into the courtyard and such. Anders and Cyrus kind of leading the way to you guys. There is kind of that stair step kind of cut into the rock, making its way onto the battlements proper, then onto the tower. They're kind of making their way over. Kind of looking around though. Anders at this point kind of gestures to you, Bref. Is like, you said the old man was out hunting?
I actually never said that.
Okay,
I said he went to sleep. When I was talking to everybody.
Oh, that's right. You said to them
sleeping.
they went to sleep. Yeah, you said to them he went to sleep. That's
yeah, right. Only Cordell knows that he's hunting. You're good.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's gonna get a lot simpler. But you said he went to bed. Do we want to go get him? Or if we're all going up here, or you think he's okay?
I think he's gonna be all right for now, but I think that once we get to the tower, I think that we should definitely make a plan, and then we'll go find him. Because my intention is not to sleep. My intention is to formulate a plan, then we investigate, we figure things out.
Sure. Let's go to the tower. They make their way up. You guys make your way up the walls and such. At this point, there is no, if or and, it's night.
Yeah.
Night has fully fallen. The moon is quite high in the sky, but clouds are approaching. You see them kind of coming. It's been a very clear day, but you can see there's clouds on the horizon, interrupting the stars and kind of making their way across the sky. But yeah, you guys make your way up to the tower. A similar thing that Gallon saw. Big tower, as far as 20 foot by 20 foot. It seems to have 3 stories. It's parapets on the top. There's probably a space on the top of it. But yeah, it's suspended over a drop. I think at this point, as the guys kind of look over at Anders and Cyrus, going, ooh. Huh.
Yeah.
Kind of looking down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, well, and kind of one of them just kind of goes and just kind of taps the stone archway that inhabits the stairs. It's sturdy. I mean, well, he kind of looks over to you, Richter. He's like, well, you talked with the siege guy. You think it'd be easy to break this thing off?
I mean, you'd need a pretty big, some kind of large weapon or a big creature to just knock down one of these stems, Nothing I've seen around here would be sufficient. I mean, it's sturdy enough to formulate a plan and then leave.
That's exactly where my mind's at. I think it's probably the safest location to gather our senses, and then I think we go figure some things out, and we find Gallon for sure.
Anders kind of shakes himself like, we're giving each other the heebie-jeebies about everything here. Let's get in the tower. I'm getting weirded out about the heights now too. But let's get in there. Let's make a plan.
It'll probably be all right.
They make their way over to the door. In front of the door, he kind of goes and stops. He's like, where's the key, Anders? What fucking key? What? And they kind of go and look at, it's a door like every other door. This one actually does have an actual lock of sorts, closing off the door. No, the Baron said nothing about a fucking... can any of you guys get, or are we just gonna have to bust down a door, or...
I mean, does the Baron have the key?
I'm sure he does, but we're kind of doing this to take a moment to plan without talking with the Baron, aren't we?
Did you try the door?
I'm rolling for this. Okay.
Wow.
I'm leaving this one 100% up to chance. Like Cyrus puts his hand to her sides, goes, and just swings the door open. Oh, fuck. Oh, I was not excited to go back in there. All right, well, gentlemen, welcome to, I guess, our home for the next hour or night. And just gestures inside a very dark room. There's some like slits going along, and you can see there's no stairs outside. There's ladders up to a second level, ladders up to a third level. There seems to be like bunks along top section, and up on the second floor you see more bunks. There is kind of a little bit of like candles posts around, so you guys can actually have a fire somewhat safely in here.
Are there candles on the posts or like
there
torches?
There are.
Okay,
Do it.
I'm gonna. Yeah. One of my druid craft things I can do is light stuff.
Hell yeah.
It's like free, so I'm just gonna like,
go around and
do some magic. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. You just go around and just like immediately just very quickly just goes around and just illuminate the entire downstairs. So it went from cast in eerie darkness to very bright and luminous. I'd like all three of you to give me either perception or investigation.
Perception
19.
for 14.
Perception 19.
Perception 18.
Okay. For the 18-19, the Cornell and Richter, you guys are just a little bit lower to the ground. You're looking around here. It just is what it is. You're standing on stone. The bottom section seems to be more stone, kind of holding up, and which might be a little bit of a comfort, is you're not standing on wood suspended above air. But you're standing on stone. And looking around, you see a kind of a ruffled mess of a room. It seems like there's bunks kind of around and such that are kind of missing, like, sheets. It seems like a very unkept space. Raph, you're looking at all this too. With your 14, I think you're seeing that, and that's kind of where it ends. You're seeing the kind of messy room. For you two, though, you are seeing something I've been saying a lot, but this would be kind of a first for your characters. This room is dusty, empty, and it seems like it has not been inhabited in some months. I would say with your 18-19, it looks like this place has not been inhabited for well over a year.
Now, I don't remember how long he said this castle has been here.
2 years.
A few years, okay.
2.
2, specifically.
Yes.
All right. Cyrus and Anders, you're saying you've never been here before?
They're kind of looking around. They seem to be kind of picking up on a little bit of what you guys did, but they're more of taking stock of the immediate situation, making sure they're safe.
Yeah.
Actually, Anders is going up the ladder to the second floor right now. But Cyrus is staying below. No, we've never. The other nights, our troop went here and laid claim to it, and we're not sure where they really went.
Yeah.
Trying to tell myself they went to go deal with whatever deal the Baron was trying to talk us into. But I'm looking here and kind of looking around the space. I'm not seeing any evidence of anyone.
I'd venture to say there's a chance this room has never really been used.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm seeing, kind of looking around, I'm seeing like scattered like beds, sheets and such. I'm just not seeing any like they could have trooped off somewhere else. Maybe the Baron's not being honest about that, but I don't.
Well, I'd find it kind of odd because I mean, I mentioned this earlier. He said that he relieved his staff for this hunt or whatever it was. He said that he let some of his workers go for this occasion, which is already strange. And then now we're seeing evidence of things in this keep. Having been here even for as long as it has been, you'd think there'd be some sort of indication of any sort of inhabitants, but so it's just weird. And I'm gonna be actually, Braff is going to be staying close towards the door. That way, if anything were to go amiss, a spell could get him out of this crushed fucking falling tower. But I'm be kind of lingering, like maybe I'm not going any further than like 5-10 feet away from like the front door.
Going up higher, Anders is without magic to aid him, is using kind of like lighting one candle and lighting the remaining candles on the second floor before proceeding up to the roof himself to kind of just get a sight of what's around. But for you, I guess Cordell and Richter, what are you guys doing in space? Just taking a minute to be safe, or?
I'm just gonna kind of say to the group, well, what's the plan?
Zars kind of stops for a minute. I think we get some rest and leave probably before first light if we can. If you guys are as eerie about the Baron and I'm not feeling great either, I think we try to leave just about as the sun's rising, so we're not in the marsh when it's dark. But
that is.
I'm of a similar thinking.
I would like to get Gallon.
I was going to say I'm not leaving at the very least without Gallon for sure, and I would, in my mind, I mean, I think that if we are definitely going to be leaving tomorrow, but I think that at least tonight we should spend a little bit of time finding Gallon, and getting him into our group, but I think also just investigating some, because Cordell, I know how adamant you were about him not the Baron not being of a good individual, of a good moral sense, and so I feel like in some ways maybe it's our duty, our authority to try to clean this up, or I mean, not saying we have to go and risk any of our lives, but I think at the very least we should try to take some sort of means to rectify the evil that is going on here.
Yeah.
What we could do, we could go to town and come back in force, which is kind of my vote. More Knights of the Order around. We can come back here and bring, if we're being honest, what would and should be the proper authorities in.
Who's gonna care? I can barely convince you guys the Baron's a bad guy. Are
Because
we gonna go convince a small army?
We're not trying to convince a small army. We're trying to bring authority figures in who can investigate and look into things and not just kill people willy-nilly.
No,
Mr. I didn't kill him, but he disappeared over here.
No, I agree. I think at this point, and we shouldn't be wasting time. I think that it's good to kind of scope this out, and we now kind of have at least an understanding as to where we're going to be settling. But I think we should hurry to find Gallon and then get the fuck out of here.
We going back in to find Gallon?
We'll hold. I mean,
Can't you talk to Gallon with magic?
I could try, but it only goes so far. And I don't think it's as close. But I could always, as we're navigating, I could try to pinpoint and see if I could find him and locate him. But we have to at least get back in there. And
so you're saying we're gonna wander around the castle in the dark until we find a guy who's also wandering around, sneaking around, trying not to be found.
Can I get specifically a perception check from Brad?
And then we're coming back here to take a load off.
10.
Okay.
And they all think Gallon's sleeping, right?
Yes. I think aside from you and Brad.
Well,
right. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't know.
I did the same thing too, man. Once the DM makes that slip up, you're
well. No, I think it's a good point though, because I mean, you mentioned like we have to go back in there, and I should just say, and I think at this point I'll say, to be transparent, like I mentioned, Gallon is not in the room. He's not sleeping. I said that to kind of throw off the Baron. He last time I saw him, he was exploring the keep, and he said he was going on the hunt. I have a feeling that he's trying to intervene in some capacity. And that's another reason why I feel like we should maybe leave a person, maybe leave a couple people here, a person or two here to just like ensure security. Maybe make sure that no one else comes in. And then we should grab a couple of us. And I don't want to say this, but I feel like no one's required to come with me. But I would really appreciate it if at least one or two of you did. But I'm not gonna sit here and leave my uncle.
I would go so far as to say that if you're going out there, I think we should all go.
You don't want to leave anyone back?
No, I mean...
Cyrus kind of like stretches.
Cyrus,
No, we're going in. Unless he gestures over to you. Cordell's like, something tells me you're coming regardless.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going.
He's got an insatiable thirst for answers. Of course he's coming with.
Answers is the least of my concerns at this point. Anders is like, no, I got you. I can hold up here.
Oh, thank God he's still alive. I thought he was just fucking dead. I was waiting for the no response. I know I was gonna be like,
all right. Well, Anders, we have it lit up like a fucking Christmas tree up here, so I imagine people might come by and ask questions if they're wandering. But maybe Gallon stumbles in, seeing the lights here on the tower. But yeah, let's go make sure he's good. Let's go.
If you guys think it's necessary, fuck me. I don't have this prepared. Damn it.
Wait, we're leaving Anders here?
Yeah, unless we want to leave more people.
I think that we should leave two. If we either all go or two or three stay behind. I do not think that we should leave anyone by themselves.
Yes.
Unless anybody wants to stay with Anders, I'll have him come with us.
I think we should all go. If the majority of us are inclined on going, we should all just go.
Well, come on down. Should I put out the candles, sir? No, it's fine. Leave the. Why are you? Just come down here. And it just kind of like scurries his way down the ladder. It's like, all right, well, we know the door is unlocked, so that's good. Let's go get your old man.
Uncle, but yeah.
Well.
I mean, he is an old man, and I guess
that's kind of what you knew. Yeah. I feel like you knew what I meant, and you were just kind of being.
Okay.
Is there by chance next to the door like a drawer or a welcome mat of some sort, a rug, anything?
No rug. There's no welcome mat. There would be a shelving of some kind. Yeah.
I would like to look through that. I'm specifically looking for a key.
I mean, investigation check.
You know what sucks is I literally have arcane lock as a spell. I'm not prepared. I was gonna lock the door behind us. That did not happen. And
I was waiting for you to tell me you had knock when I said the door was locked, but I'm just like, I wouldn't have it prepared either, man.
I got a 9.
Is knock?
Knock lets you unlock any unmagical lock unless it's an exception. Yeah.
Cool. Like a bank vault.
Yeah, unlock a bank vault. But no,
looking through. Is that exceptional?
Looking through the drawers, just do a quick look through. You see, just like it's empty. There's nothing in here. There's no sign of a key or where a key might be.
Damn.
All right, I think.
Sorry, I see you do that. It's like maybe we just prop the door open.
I was just worried about a squatter, someone coming in and locking the door on us.
I'm worried about being locked.
I think we're good.
I think we should.
Let's go.
I was gonna say.
I think we've seen every single person who's in this castle.
I agree. Yeah. Let's just go. I think that if we come back and someone's holed up here, hopefully it's Gallon, and I will make my way out the front door.
You guys make your way off. Gallon. You rolled your stealth check. You go, close the door, kind of close it kind of tightly, and you hear a singular set of footsteps kind of make their way up the stairs. And you can kind of hear like you hear something get set down off to the side and such. As kind of goes through, your kind of footsteps kind of walk out to the balcony, walk the way back, goes to the washroom, hears some splashing water, and comes back. It's like well, your boy said you went to bed, which is fuck. That kind of took me a minute to not laugh. I had to remember I'm not supposed to do that. I can think of no one else really here that would be more unlikely to go to bed early. And you see, like, he's kind of watching, like, he's like kind of like you hear him like kind of creaking a door somewhere in the room, kind of just peeking around, such.
Just slowly open the door. It's gonna fucking creak. I'm gonna open it like really slowly.
You just open it up.
Yeah.
You open up, and there's just the bear up there. Just kind of turns and looks at you, kind of like pivot steps around. It's like, yeah, there you are. I heard something close. I couldn't tell. Daniel said he heard someone scurrying about, and I figured it'd be you. But yeah, I just wanted to say you and your family have been the biggest pain in my ass I think I've met in a long time, and I've been doing this for a long time. Matter of fact, I'm supposed to be getting out of here right now. I'm supposed to be skipping town, leaving you guys to it. But I cut my own little deal here. Your friend Valdoria said hello. And then as he does that, he just goes, shh, cast silence on the room, and you hear nothing but your own heartbeat as everything is cast in silence.
Beat Voldra.
Huh?
Say beat Voldra.
Voldra?
Voldra.
It's Voldra, yes.
I can't remember what it said.
Yeah, and that's where we're gonna drop it here tonight.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. I was not expecting, bro. I fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude.
Fuck.
Oh man, I
Could've
have
killed him.
a theory.
A game theory?
A game theory.
Hold on, let me check.
It is it is pretty late, so go ahead, Connor.
It is, absolutely.
Go ahead and, you wanna
Yeah,
set
no, I
aside.
appreciate everyone staying a little late. We were joking about it when we started the sessions that dinner's gonna take a while, and I'm glad it did for all the most conspiracy gathering, maniacal reasons of people just exploring. I knew it would happen, and I had fun with it. But thanks everyone for sticking with us, having a good time. I'm sure Gallon will be fine. I'm sure it's going to be chill. Conversations are going to happen. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. But no, thanks a lot, everybody. And I guess we'll catch you next time.
See ya!
Adios.